Welcome back to the...
Testing. Hello. 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 Hydrate. Oh, my water's in the other room. Give me 1 second. Can you guys hear me? Should I use my other mic? Is this one bad?
Does this sound better? Testing. You can hear me barely. Okay, is this better? This should be better. Give me just a second, guys. Okay. Better sound? Cool. I'm good. My lips are just super chapped today, so I'm waiting on some chapstick. Other than that, I'm doing awesome, actually. What about you guys? We're gonna watch the new Philly D, I think. Good to hear, Jerome. Thinking about plans for the future. How's the car thing going, Stan? Did you figure it out?
Philip DeFranco's show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday, and there is a lot to talk about.
Aw, sorry to hear that,
Let's start with this
Stan.
Graham
I've had so
Plattner
many cars break down
controversy.
and not
If you
work
don't know
anymore.
Plattner,
I'm
he's a
sorry, that really
Democratic candidate
sucks.
in Maine Senate race. He's kind of blown
Well,
up.
good luck
online as
with
of late, has
everything.
raised millions and millions of dollars, but he's now found himself in a predicament. It stems from this video that's now been widely seen from the Pod Save America podcast. And in
You
it,
mean your
can
channel
see
points,
a
Stan?
tattoo, and it looks a lot like a totenkopf for a death's head. Yes, technically the death's head has existed in German military traditions for much longer than the Nazis, but ever since World War II and its use among SS divisions, it's been exclusively associated with them. And with that, you have Plattner claiming that he got
Right,
this tattoo
exactly.
back in 2007.
Yeah, I have a
He toured
$900
Croatia.
20-year-old
Then
car
one
right
night he
now
got drunk and decided to
that
get a
I'm
skull
trying
and
to
crossbones tattoo without ever
maybe
realizing
trade
that
in or
the one that he
sell
got
and get a
was,
better
or at the
one.
very least, is very similar to the Nazi symbol. With him also claiming that he only recently learned about the resemblance, made plans to get it removed, and that also despite multiple government agencies taking a look at it. So for example, he joined the army, and they check all tattoos for any possible hate symbols, and apparently they didn't have any issue with it. With Plattner also adding there, I also passed a full background check to receive a security clearance to join the ambassador to Afghanistan security detail. And with all of that, as of yesterday, it appears that he has gotten the tattoo covered up, with him telling reporters, going to a tattoo removal place is going to take a while. I wanted this thing off my body. And so you have all of that, that's playing out, but also it's not the only thing that's been playing out, because it seems like whoever is doing the opposition research here has been doing their job. Because in addition to the tattoo situation, there's also been a controversy around his old Facebook and Reddit posts. Posts and or questions around black people's tipping habits, mocking rural Americans, and dismissing military sexual assaults. And regarding that first thing he said on Pod Save America,
I was legitimately asking the question. I mean, that was the point of the thread, was to ask the question. Amusingly enough, I remember this time when I had first started bartending, and then I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was black, who was a bartender, who did a great job of walking me through structural injustice and the fact of feelings of lack of agency. There were a whole bunch of reasons, and after that I was like, oh yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense. It was certainly not meant as a malicious thing.
Plattner later adding, that one, I must say, I was legitimately curious. Right, and that is, you had Plattner trying to explain his past comments, saying they were made during a dark time in his life after leaving the army, and he was still suffering the effects of PTSD. But also regarding his past and who he is now,
Nice,
telling
Stan,
the AP,
nice.
I don't look at this as a liability. I look at this as a life that I have lived, a journey that has been difficult, that has been full of struggle, that has also gotten me to where I am today. I'm very proud of who I am. And all in all, this has been a very interesting situation to watch play out, because depending on where you go online, vastly different reactions. Like some saying they outright don't buy his story, they have questions, they're skeptical, some calling for him to back out. One of his biggest critics actually seems to be his former political director, Genevieve McDonald, who claims that Plattner knew what the tattoo was and wrote, Graham has an anti-Semitic
Aw,
tattoo
happy
on his
birthday
chest.
to your
He's not an
mama,
idiot, he's a
Jerome.
military history buff. Maybe he didn't know it when he got it, but
Happy
he got
heavenly
it
birthday
years
to
ago, and he should
her.
have had it covered
I
up
just saw
because
that
he
chat,
knows
sorry.
damn well what it means. But that also is, you have a lot of people out there believing his story, talking about growth and human change. But as far as how this is going to play out, we'll have to wait to see. You know, Plattner still right now says that he plans to run, and he has the endorsement of Senator Bernie Sanders, at least as of recording this video. Right, and all of this is, of course, it's still primary season, and he's going to be up against two-term Governor Janet Mills. Right, and then whoever wins the primary, they'll go up against Senator Susan Collins. Yeah, for now, we'll have to wait to see how this plays out. And in the meantime, I would really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here, especially, not limited to, but especially if you live in Maine. Because that's the big thing about elections. Really, it's only your opinion in this specific situation that matters. The rest,
Hello,
it might affect,
Pinky.
like,
Good to
who
see
or
you,
who
love.
isn't donated,
How you doing?
public conversation, but that's noise, that's dollars, and then there's the vote. And so right now, I'm very interested to see what polls might say in the next 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. But then next up, we've got to talk about RFK Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again movement. Again, because it sparked a lot of debate and focus at the federal level, but maybe even more substantial as far as impact, it could be on the state level. And I say that as and because there's this AP investigation that found more than 400 pieces of anti-science legislation being introduced in state houses across the country this year alone. And we're talking about legislation based on conspiracy theories like fluoride in drinking water being used to poison the population, pasteurization making milk less nutritious and only really benefiting the dairy industry, and vaccines killing people. Right? And of those 400 plus, anti-vax bills were the most common. About 350 pieces of legislation that were introduced came at vaccines from different angles. Things like creating the criminal offense of vaccine harm, requiring blood banks to test for evidence of vaccinations, and instituting a 48-hour vaccine waiting period, just to name a few things. Now, that said, most of these bills, they haven't taken hold. Only 26 of those have been adopted in 11 different states. But that also doesn't mean that there aren't people at risk in places where herd immunity is compromised. Right in there, you had the AP pointing to 8-year-old Liam Dahlberg of Indiana, who died from a vaccine-preventable disease earlier this year. And according to his parents, Liam was vaccinated against HIB, but the other kids in his community weren't. Or because the HIB vaccine is not required for kids entering public schools in Indiana. And even doctors saying Liam, who was particularly vulnerable because of his severe asthma, likely picked up HIB from an unvaccinated kid, but then causing his brain to swell and then killing him less than 2 days after he complained of a headache. And with that, you had Liam's father, Eric, saying, "I thought having the vaccines would protect our children. Unfortunately, it did not, because other kids, other adults need to be vaccinated as well in order for it to work." And so now you have these parents having to grieve the loss of their son while also ensuring that their other children, one of whom also has severe asthma, remain safe in a county with low immunization rates. And with that, you had Liam's mom, Ashley, saying, "There's no pain that is worse than the pain of losing a child. I do not and can't live through the loss of another." Though again, this is not just about vaccines. The AP also found 70 pieces of legislation proposing a ban on fluoride in public drinking water, as well as expanding access to raw milk. And again, only a few of those have taken hold, but there is still potential for causing serious harm. Right? In the case of raw milk, you see things like a California mom buying some for her toddler after seeing a wellness influencer share a video of RFK Jr. taking shots of it. And then after looking around online, she said she found a homesteader selling what they called clean and tested raw goat's milk. Within her daughter, Brooklyn, being hospitalized and nearly dying after drinking it, suffering 3 cardiac arrests and winding up on dialysis and a ventilator before turning a corner. And even now, this little girl, she has high blood pressure and walks with a limp. And so with that, you had Brooklyn's mom saying that making raw milk more available is dangerous. Saying, quote, "You're going to have the average mom like me that thinks they've done their research, think they're doing something to help their baby, and end up hurting their baby." Right? And with all this, the organizations and the people pushing these causes, they can often be traced back to RFK Jr. himself. And you have most of the bills also being supported by at least one of 4 national groups connected to him, where with those 4 being Make America Healthy Again, Action, Stand for Health Freedom, the National Vaccine Information Center, and the Weston A. Price Foundation. And many of their arguments rely on the premise of staying healthy naturally and rejecting the idea that these proposed laws are based on conspiracy theories. But again, that's in the face of the extensive scientific evidence contradicting their causes. Right? Vaccines have saved the lives of more than 150 million people since 1974. You've got millions of foodborne illnesses being prevented by the pasteurization process, and fluoride in drinking water has caused a dramatic decrease in cavities since 1945. And of course, that's not to also disregard or cast away the conversation around levels. Right? But what we are now seeing is the blatant disregard and even condemnation of decades of established research, and it's exactly why these are being called anti-science laws. Right? And the growing spread of these anti-science laws has prompted serious concern in many experts, including Devin Burghardt, with Devin being the president and executive director of the Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights, saying, "The march of conspiracy thinking from the margins to the mainstream, now guiding public policy, should be a wake-up call for all Americans. People are literally going to die from it as a result." With this being legislation being turned into law, I mean, we're starting to see states funnel taxpayer money into what's being fueled largely by conspiracy theories. And some of the things that you're seeing is, like in Florida, for example, it was just announced that part of their research money is going to go towards funding the study of ivermectin as a cancer treatment option. Right? And that despite the fact that oncologists and medical experts say there isn't evidence that ivermectin is effective to treat cancer in humans yet. Right? And ivermectin, it became a huge talking point during the pandemic, with the driving voice behind it at the time being Joe Rogan. And actually now the continued discussion about it, this time in reference to cancer, can also be attributed to Rogan. I mean, you literally had Governor DeSantis's wife saying, "Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan's podcast and he was talking about people that he was friends with and they overcame stage 4 cancer. We should look at it. We should look at the benefits of it. We shouldn't just speculate and guess." Right? The episode that she's referring to there got nearly 12 million views on YouTube and countless more in clips across the internet. And that is, if you don't know, Gibson's become kind of a big name among fringe medical groups and social media influencers touting ivermectin as a cancer treatment. And there I'll say, well, there have been some studies showing that ivermectin could maybe have anti-cancer effects. You've got experts saying that it is very far off from the grand cure claims that are being made. And so you've got oncologists questioning whether or not this is a reasonable use of Florida taxpayer dollars in light of other public health priorities. Right? With, for example, Otis Brawley, a professor of oncology at Johns Hopkins University, saying, "The shame is there are probably 3 dozen compounds that I can name right now that have scientific reason why we think they might be useful in the treatment of cancer, and we do not have the money to do the research to assess those drugs." Or with the mindset being, because ivermectin is such a big part of the conversations that are being pushed, it's getting more focused despite probably not being the best option. But hey, all that said, the kind of long and short of it is there's just a lot more going on than I think a lot of people realize. And then there's more news we're going to dive into in a minute, but first let me say, fall's here. Sweaters, football, and pretending we love the taste of pumpkin in literally everything. And as the air, it's cool enough, my schedule's not. And that, it's one of the reasons I'm leaning on HelloFresh, today's sponsor and America's #1 choice for home cooking. At HelloFresh, they've doubled their menu with over 100 meal options every week. We're talking heartier portions, new global recipes, and seasonal dishes designed by actual chefs. And the food, fresh, high protein, and loaded with seasonal produce and 2 or more veggies per meal. So you can pretend that you're being healthy while devouring something that actually tastes great. I mean, 91% of customers say they feel healthier eating HelloFresh, and 9 out of 10 say dinner's more delicious. And I mean, they have steak and seafood recipes every week at no extra cost, with 3 times more seafood options than before. And again, that's steak, seafood, no extra cost. It's awesome. Also, this is a me thing. I appreciate that everything comes pre-measured. It makes me feel like I actually know what I'm doing. It's a main thing. HelloFresh is my move. I think you should try it too, especially because the best way to cook just got better. So go to HelloFresh.com/DeFranco10FM or scan the QR code now to get 10 free meals plus a free item for life. That's 1 per box with active subscription, and free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/DeFranco10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. But then next up in the news, Donald Trump wants to pay himself $230 million with taxpayer money. And specifically, he's demanding that the Justice Department pay him that amount as compensation for criminally investigating him in the past. And the people who get to decide whether or not he gets that money, they're some of his closest allies and only now have their jobs because of him. But with that said, this all goes back to before Donald Trump became president again, when he reportedly submitted 2 complaints known as administrative claims. So those are technically not lawsuits, but if the Justice Department rejects one, the person who filed the claim will often then decide to bring a lawsuit. Though in this case, it seems unlikely to come to that. But as far as the details, Trump submitted the first claim in late 2023, seeking damages for a number of purported violations of his rights, including the FBI and Special Counsel investigation into Russian election meddling and alleged connections to his 2016 campaign. He then submitted the second complaint in the summer of 2024, accusing the FBI of violating his privacy by searching Mar-a-Lago for classified documents 2 years earlier. And he also accused the DOJ of engaging in what he called malicious prosecution by charging him with mishandling those records after he left office. But of course now the DOJ is Trump's DOJ. And according to the department's manual, settlements of claims of more than $4 million must be approved by the Deputy Attorney General or Associate Attorney General. And the current Deputy Attorney General is Todd Blanche, who, if you do not know, not only served as Trump's lead criminal defense lawyer, but also said at his confirmation hearing that his attorney-client relationship with Trump wasn't ending. Right? And then the person who would be considered the current Associate Attorney General, that is the chief of the department's civil division, Stanley Woodward Jr., and he represented Trump's co-defendant in the classified documents case, and he also represented a number of other Trump allies, including current FBI Director Kash Patel. But despite all that, the history and the connection, a Justice Department spokesperson reportedly would not say whether Blanche or Woodward would recuse themselves from overseeing the case, saying instead, in any circumstance, all officials of the Department of Justice follow the guidance of career ethics officials. However, big thing, Attorney General Pam Bondi, she fired the department's top ethics advisor back in July. And so now you've got people like one ethics professor at Pace University saying, what a travesty. The ethical conflict is just so basic and fundamental, you don't need a law professor to explain it. And then adding, and then to have people in the Justice Department decide whether his claim should be successful or not, and these are the people who serve him deciding whether he wins or loses. It's bizarre and almost too outlandish to believe. And with all of this, you have Trump, if not giving specifics, at least acknowledging his claims for compensation, saying,
I don't know what the numbers are. I don't even talk to them about it. All I know is that they would owe me a lot of money, but I'm not looking for money. I'd give it to charity or something. I would give it to charity, any money. But look, what they did, they rigged the election. And as you know, we had, in one case, 60 Minutes had to pay us a lot of money. George Slobodanopoulos had to pay us a lot of money, and they already paid. They paid me a lot of money because what they did was wrong.
But then also, in addition to that, he seemingly acknowledged the inherent conflict of interest here, even admitting that it would ultimately be his decision.
Now, with the country, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And, that decision would have to go across my desk. And it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. In other words, did you ever have one of those cases where you have to decide how much you're paying yourself in damages? But I was damaged very greatly, and any money that I would get, I would give to charity.
Now, with all that said, it is unclear how serious Trump really is about getting this money. But also, I'll say, notably, if or when he does, we might not even know about it because the Justice Department doesn't specifically require a public announcement when settlements are made for administrative claims. Isn't that so fun? Isn't that so
What's up,
cool?
Pinky?
Honestly, at this point, I'm almost just impressed. Who knew that everything that I thought I understood about politics was just being propped up by popsicle sticks? But then next up in the new, Trump's guy, Paul Ingrassia, is out. But he's now officially withdrawn his nomination to lead the Office of Special Counsel after he told Republicans over text that he had a Nazi streak, among other things. Because like we talked about yesterday, that was just one of the controversial and racist text messages that he sent other Republicans in a group chat that was leaked to Politico by one of the people in the chat. So again, as we talked about, you had his lawyer both trying to frame his comments as a joke while also suggesting that they might be fake. But seemingly, you had a lot of people just not believing that, including multiple key Republican senators who announced that they would vote against Ingrasia's confirmation, with some even suggesting that the White House should pull his nomination in the wake of the leak. That is, of course, not necessary since you had Ingrasia announcing on X that he was withdrawing ahead of a now canceled Senate hearing on his nomination that had been set for tomorrow. Writing, unfortunately, I do not have enough Republican votes at this time, and adding, I appreciate the overwhelming support that I have received throughout the process and will continue to serve President Trump in this administration to make America great again. And that last part is important here because you have many wondering how exactly Ingrasia will continue to serve now that his nomination's been pulled. Because if you didn't know, while going through the confirmation process to lead the Office of Special Counsel, Ingrasia has been working as a White House liaison with the Department of Homeland Security. And at least as of recording, we've seen numerous reports saying that Ingrasia still has his liaison job. And so far, the White House has refused to respond to questions from multiple outlets about whether he'll be staying on in that role. With the question seeming to be if his Nazi streak problem is just too much for the Senate, but that doesn't mean it's too much to work in the Trump administration. But then next up in the news, Arizona's Attorney General is now suing House Speaker Mike Johnson for refusing to swear in a Democrat who was elected nearly a month ago. Right, this is now the latest update and something we've had to cover several times now because Johnson is still not sworn in Adelita Greenhalgh. And that after she won a special election to fill a vacant seat back in September. And of course, you have Johnson claiming, well, he just can't swear her in because the House isn't in session, but that's also despite the fact that there isn't any rule that says that. And in fact, Johnson himself swore in 2 Republicans while the House was out of session earlier this year. And Greenhalgh, well, she believes that Johnson is intentionally dragging his feet because she would be the final signature on a petition that would force a vote on releasing the Epstein files. In that petition, it would allow a bipartisan majority of members to circumvent Johnson and his Republican leadership who have repeatedly tried to prevent a full floor vote on this. And what we're seeing is that after threatening to take legal action, Arizona AG Chris Mays has now officially filed a lawsuit against the House Speaker, right, arguing that Johnson doesn't actually have the power to prevent Greenhalgh from taking office and asking the judge to allow someone else to swear her in if Johnson just won't. Writing, by withholding the oath and the office that comes with it, the Speaker has unlawfully interfered with Miss Greenhalgh's constitutional right to take office and the state's right to the number of representatives provided for by law. They're then specifically going on to accuse Johnson of actively stripping the people of Arizona of one of their seats in Congress and disenfranchising the voters of Arizona's 7th congressional district in the process. Now, all that said, Johnson, for his part, has denounced the lawsuit, calling it, quote, patently absurd and claiming that Mays has no jurisdiction. Right, and during a press conference earlier this week, he repeated his claim that Mays's legal threats are just a publicity stunt, with him also seemingly trying to blame Greenhalgh for the fact that her constituents are not receiving help and representation.
Instead of doing TikTok videos, she should be serving her constituents. She could be taking their calls. She can be directing them, trying to help them through the crisis that the Democrats have created by shutting down the government.
Though arguably, that's a pretty stupid comeback, right? Like, that's the point Greenhalgh has been trying to make the entire time. She cannot do her job as a sworn member of Congress because he literally will not let her become a sworn member of Congress. And with that, you had Greenhalgh hitting back at Johnson, saying that she doesn't have a budget right now because she hasn't been sworn in, so she can't open an office in her district to serve her constituents.
But respectfully, there's so much that cannot be done until I am sworn in. And so every moment that passes that I'm not able to provide constituent services or be a voice for Arizona, I can't bring the issues forward that they sent me here to do. And so while, we're getting a lot of attention for not being sworn in, I'd rather get the attention for doing my job.
And to that point, you had AG Mays also saying that Johnson's actions here are causing real direct harm to the people of Greenhalgh's district, and saying, among other things, that she hasn't been able to help flood victims or people who need assistance with Social Security and veterans benefits. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens. I don't know what Johnson's end game here is. I don't know if he's hoping, he's like, Congress is old, maybe someone will die and they'll lose a vote. Because it really does appear that Greenhalgh will eventually be sworn in, and when she does, the Epstein files will have to go to the floor for a vote. And actually, you even had Johnson himself seemingly admitting this, with him telling reporters yesterday that he won't block the vote. Which I know the whole point of everything is they're having to go around him right now, but that is pretty notable for him to say. Because there's been a lot of speculation that Johnson would try to pull out all the stops to prevent the measure from actually going to the floor. But again, words are words, actions are actions, and we'll have to see how this plays out. And then we'll get right back into the news in just a minute. But first, your phone has basically become a side hustle for international crime rings, but thanks to our sponsor, NordVPN, they've got your digital back. Right, a new report found that Chinese criminal networks have raked in over $1 billion through massive smishing text scams. Right? Fake toll fines, fake delivery fees, all designed to trick people into handing over their payment information. And that stolen data gets funneled into digital wallets and used to buy goods shipped overseas. And these scams, they're not random. They're part of a $1 billion global fraud machine that just keeps growing every time someone clicks a bad link. But Nord's Threat Protection Pro, it blocks phishing sites, malware, and shady links before they even touch your device. Its encryption shields everything you do online, from hackers, ISPs, and digital snoops trying to spy on your traffic. Add a double VPN, a kill switch, and a strict no logs policy, and you've got real security that doesn't depend on luck. Basically, NordVPN is your personal digital bouncer, keeping scammers and creeps out before they even get near you. So yeah, update your phone, ignore those urgent text links, and protect your connection with NordVPN. Just scan that QR code or go to nordvpn.com/Phil for a huge discount on a 2-year plan, 4 extra months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/Phil. Stay safe, stay private. But then next up today, let's talk about the Louvre, because the museum's now finally open after thieves managed to steal over $100 million worth of jewels on Sunday. And this heist, it was a historic one, and it's also raised major concerns about how this could happen at one of the most famous art museums in the world. Because TLDR on how it went down, the thieves were fast, efficient, and they pulled this stunt off in broad daylight. So what happened is at around 9:30 a.m. on Sunday, just after the museum opened, a group of 4 parked a truck under the window of the Apollo Gallery, and then, using an electric ladder that was attached to the vehicle to go up to the balcony where they used power tools to break into the glass windows, with them also reportedly using those tools to threaten guards and smash cases once they were inside. And then by 9:34, they were in the gallery, and by 9:38, they were exiting through the windows again to escape, with them hauling off on scooters. And ultimately, this heist was less than 8 minutes, and only around 4 minutes were spent inside the museum walls. And again, remember, this is all while the museum was open, so there were people who heard and even witnessed some of what went down. With this being such a huge story there and getting so much international attention, you had French President Emmanuel Macron calling this theft an attack on French heritage and adding, "We will recover the works and the perpetrators will be brought to justice." Everything is being done everywhere to achieve this under the leadership of the Paris prosecutor's office. And while we're seeing all this play out, one of the big things people are talking about is security. Because these people, they got a lot of good stuff, including a bunch of France's crown jewels. Right? Things like a tiara with over 200 pearls and 2,000 diamonds, a sapphire tiara and necklace set, parts of Napoleon's emerald wedding gift set, and other pieces with tons of precious diamonds. Things that you might imagine would be heavily protected, especially since, they were just kind of hop, skip, and jump away from the museum's most prized possession, the Mona Lisa. But obviously, there were major gaps in the security, and a leaked report from a French auditor actually found that there's a wing of the Louvre where 75% of the area is not covered by security cameras. And actually, in the wing where this heist happened, which again is also home to the Mona Lisa, has 1/3 of the rooms where they don't have surveillance cameras. So I will say a big thing there is that the room that was targeted in this heist does have cameras. But still, many think this highlights a pretty obvious security flaw at a major museum. All while we're seeing reports that there were staffing shortages that had allegedly gone unaddressed for years, especially among security guards. And reports that unions had been trying to warn that the constant renovations, repairs, events, and more just taking place at the museum, it made it difficult to monitor and spot suspicious activity. Though this also, I will say, as some have argued, that fully securing the Louvre, it's not an easy thing. But it's a very massive and very old building, and with that, you had the French culture minister saying, when the Louvre Museum was designed, it wasn't designed to welcome 10 million visitors or prepare for these new forms of criminality. But still, you've many saying that the fact that this happened, it's an embarrassment. Or with, for example, the country's justice minister is saying, we failed. People were able to park a furniture hoist in the middle of Paris, get people up it in several minutes to grab priceless jewels, and saying this paints a deplorable image of France. Right then with that, you had the museum's director getting grilled by the French Senate today. She said that the museum's alarms worked well, but did acknowledge that security camera coverage is insufficient, including on the site of the crime, and saying the only camera installed is directed westward and therefore did not cover the balcony involved in the break-in, and adding there are some perimeter cameras, but they are aging. They're then also calling the incident a failure and took responsibility for it. And then, as far as the investigation, the manhunt for these people, it's still ongoing. With a report that there are 60 investigators on the case, and some reports saying that there is DNA that's being looked at and analyzed. Which actually brings us to something almost as valuable as what was taken, which is what the robbers left behind. Because in their escape, they actually dropped a crown outside of the museum, which has since been recovered, though it was damaged. And the police also saying it looked like the thieves intended on setting their truck and some of the other items on fire, but they were chased away by security before they could actually do it. And then as far as, what are they going to do with the stuff they stole, there is an obvious guess. Because they went after the jewels and not the art for possibly a good reason. Because with a painting, it can't be easily resold without it being recognized. But with jewels, that's a different story. But as one art crime professor explained, they stole items that can be easily taken apart, melted down, recut, and sold on the legitimate market, with it being very difficult to trace them. Though, of course, maybe there is a chance that the robbers have an interest in historical or artistic value of these pieces. But again, most experts right now think that they're just going to sell those jewels. Because even though cutting them down, it lessens their value, that's still a ton of money. But then finally, today, as we wind things down, I want to end with congratulations and one more thing. Starting with a big congrats to John T, a winner of SeatGeeks Weekly giveaway, right? John's looking to to catch the playoff games. And for the rest of y'all, that's right. SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets every week, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you got to do is just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. With that said, the final bit today is a piece from today's brand new podcast I just released, Crashing Out, episode 4 now. Wow, that's crazy. Well, this week's episode is coming in at just under an hour and a half. Links to watch or listen on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts in the description. I thought I'd end today's show with this bite from the pod.
Speaking of being freed from a prison, George Santos is out, Phil.
Or if you're getting to this episode late, maybe Diddy.
I know. I think, I've been writing about this online. I think he's building a Legion of Doom. He's building a rogues gallery.
Oh, that makes everything make more. Oh man, and at the head of the table is gonna be the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, that's the leader.
Well, in DC Comics, his name is Gentleman Ghost. He's just there floating. I don't think he's building a ballroom. I think he's building that weird Darth Vader head from Super Friends, and he's refilling. He's not draining the swamp. He's refilling the swamp, and there's a big Darth Vader head, and this is where they're going to edit in all these imagery for the YouTube video, and it's going to be Donald Trump in a Legion. He's going to be in a Lex Luthor green and purple, and he's going to be yelling at the Joker. And that's just going to be JD Vance. Your editors are going to have such a hell of a time putting this.
They're
together.
like, we're literally doing none of this. we have two double shows today.
Do it, editors, and don't use AI. Do it all by hand.
Please don't use AI. I don't want to take that hit.
Make George Santos as Cheetah from Wonder Woman, because that's how I want.
I mean, now that he's back out, we might be able to pay enough to get a cameo of him just doing that.
You probably could.
But that, my friends, is the end of this video, but it's not the end of all the goodness today. I don't even know if I would qualify today's show as the goodness. Though, if you do want some goodness, I got that brand new episode of Crashing Out that just dropped today. The PDS is 90% news, 10% of opinion. That's the inverse of that. It's a great ride today. And then, of course, you've got the newest Philip DeFranco show that you might not have seen yet. With links to those on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, also in the description down below. But no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It's a pleasure to welcome to the program Cory Doctorow, author of Enshittification, Why Everything Suddenly Got Worse and What to Do About It. Cory, welcome back to the program.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be back on. Thank you so much for having me.
And congrats on the new book. It is, I had an advanced copy, and it is awesome. And I have to say, like, the concept of enshittification you've been writing about for a long time, and it is, or it feels like it, maybe I have no sense of time anymore. And it feels like people really understand this almost like inherently, or at least they're aware of the experience. But walk us through sort of the process of enshittification. And this, I mean, walk us through this, but you can see this in not just online stuff, it feels like, but this is where it's sort of really almost art form.
Yeah, sure. So, as you may recall, I've spent most of my adult life, 24 years now, working for the Electronic Frontier Foundation on what you might broadly call digital human rights. And getting people to understand those issues, it's kind of an uphill battle. It's very abstract. So I coined this term enshittification. And it turns out that giving people like a minor license to be slightly profane is what it takes to get people to care about these very complicated technical issues. So enshittification proposes a kind of theory of platform decay, what it looks like when they go bad, why they're going bad at once now, and why it's so hard for us to leave them even after they turn bad, and then finally, what we can do about it. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday, and there is a lot to talk about. Administration to make America great again. And that last to work in the Trump administration. The next up in the news, Arizona's Attorney General is now suing House Speaker Mike Johnson for refusing to swear in a Democrat who was elected nearly a month ago. This is now the latest update and something we've had to cover several times now because Johnson is still not sworn in Adelita Greenhalgh. And that after she won a special election to fill a vacant seat back in September. And of course, you have Johnson claiming, well, he just can't swear her in because the House isn't in session. But that's also despite the fact that there isn't any rule that says that. And in fact, Johnson himself herself swore in 2 Republicans while the House was out of session earlier this year. And Grijalva, well, she believes that Johnson is intentionally dragging his feet because she would be the final signature on a petition that would force a vote on releasing the Epstein files. In that petition, it would allow a bipartisan majority of members to circumvent Johnson and his Republican leadership, who have repeatedly tried to prevent a full floor vote on this. And what we're seeing is that after threatening to take legal action, Arizona AG Chris Mays has now officially filed a lawsuit against the House Speaker, right, arguing that Johnson doesn't actually have the power to prevent Grijalva from taking office and asking a judge to allow someone else to swear her in if Johnson just won't. Writing, by withholding the oath and the office that comes with it, the Speaker has unlawfully interfered with Ms. Grijalva's constitutional right to take office and the state's right to the number of representatives provided for by law. They're then specifically going on to accuse Johnson of actively stripping the people of Arizona of one of their seats in Congress and disenfranchising the voters of Arizona's 7th congressional district in the process. Now, all that said, Johnson, for his part, has denounced the lawsuit, calling it, quote, patently absurd, and claiming that Mays has no jurisdiction. Right, and during a press conference earlier this week, he repeated his claim that Mays' legal threats are just a publicity stunt, with him also seemingly trying to blame Grijalva for the fact that her constituents are not receiving help and representation.
Instead of doing TikTok videos, she should be serving her constituents. She could be taking their calls. She can be directing them, trying to help them through the crisis that the Democrats have created by shutting down the government.
Though arguably, that's a pretty stupid comeback. Right? Like, that's the point Grijalva has been trying to make the entire time. She cannot do her job as a... He literally will not let her become a sworn member of Congress. And with that, you had Grijalva hitting back at Johnson, saying that she doesn't have a budget right now because she hasn't been sworn in, so she can't open an office in her district to serve her constituents.
But respectfully, there's so much that cannot be done until I am sworn in. And so every moment that passes that I'm not able to provide constituent services or be a voice for Arizona, I can't bring the issues forward that they sent me here to do. And so while, we're getting a lot of attention for not being sworn in, I'd rather get the attention for doing my job.
And to that point, you had AG Mays also saying that Johnson's actions here are causing real direct harm to the people of Grijalva's district, and saying, among other things, that she hasn't been able to help flood victims or people who need assistance with Social Security and veterans benefits. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens. I don't know what Johnson's end will eventually be sworn in, and when she does, the Epstein files will have to go to the floor for a vote. And actually, you even had Johnson himself seemingly admitting this, with him telling reporters yesterday that he won't block the vote. Which I know the whole point of everything is they're having to go around him right now, but that is pretty notable for him to say, because there's been a lot of speculation that Johnson would try to pull out all the stops to prevent the measure from actually going to the floor. But again, words are words, actions are actions, and we'll have to see how this plays out. And then we'll get right back into the news in just a minute, but first, your phone has basically become a side hustle for international crime rings, but thanks to our sponsor, NordVPN, they've got your digital back. Right, a new report found that Chinese criminal networks have raked in over $1 billion through massive smishing text scams. Right, fake toll fines, fake delivery fees, all designed to trick people into handing over their payment information. And that stolen data, it gets funneled into digital wallets and used to buy goods shipped overseas. And these scams, they're not random. They're part of a $1 billion global fraud machine that just keeps growing every time someone clicks a bad link. But Nord's Threat Protection Pro, it blocks phishing sites, malware, and shady links before they even touch your device. Its encryption shields everything you do online, from hackers, ISPs, and digital snoops trying to spy on your traffic. Add a double VPN, a kill switch, and a strict no logs policy, and you've got real security that doesn't depend on luck. Basically, NordVPN is your personal digital bouncer, keeping scammers and creeps out before they even get near you. So yeah, update your phone, ignore those urgent text links, and protect your connection with NordVPN. Just scan that QR code or go to nordvpn.com/Phil for a huge discount on a 2-year plan, 4 extra months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/Phil. Stay safe, stay private. But then next up today, let's talk about the Louvre, because the museum's now finally open after thieves managed to steal over $100 million worth of jewels on Sunday. And this heist, it was a historic one, and it's also raised major concerns about how this could happen at one of the most famous art museums in the world. Because TLDR on how it went down, the thieves were fast, efficient, and they pulled this stunt off in broad daylight. So what happened is at around 9:30 a.m. on Sunday, just after the museum opened, a group of 4 parked a truck under the window of the Apollo Gallery, and then, using an electric ladder that was attached to the vehicle to go up to the balcony where they used power tools to break into the glass windows, with them also reportedly using those tools to threaten guards and smash cases once they were inside. And then by 9:34, they were in the gallery, and by 9:38, they were exiting through the windows again to escape, with them hauling off on scooters. And ultimately, this heist was less than 8 minutes, and only around 4 minutes were spent inside the museum walls. And again, remember, this is all while the museum was open, so there were people who heard and even witnessed some of what went down. With this being such a huge story there and getting so much international attention, you had French President Emmanuel Macron calling this theft an attack on French heritage and adding, "We will recover the works and the perpetrators will be brought to justice. Everything is being done everywhere to achieve this under the leadership of the Paris prosecutor's office." And while we're seeing all this play out, one of the big things people are talking about is security. Because these people, they they got a lot of good stuff, including a bunch of France's crown jewels. Right? Things like a tiara with over 200 pearls and 2,000 diamonds, a sapphire tiara and necklace set, parts of Napoleon's emerald wedding gift set, and other pieces with tons of precious diamonds. Things that you might imagine would be heavily protected, especially since, they were just kind of hop, skip, and jump away from the museum's most prized possession, the Mona Lisa. But obviously, there were major gaps in the security, and a leaked report from a French auditor actually found that there's a wing of the Louvre where 75% of the area is not covered by security cameras. And actually, in the wing where this heist happened, which again is also home to the Mona Lisa, has 1/3 of the rooms where they don't have surveillance cameras. Though I will say a big thing there is that the room that was targeted in this heist does have cameras. But still, many think this highlights a pretty obvious security flaw at a major museum. All while we're seeing reports that there were staffing shortages that had allegedly gone unaddressed for years, especially among security guards. And reports that unions had been trying to warn that the constant renovations, repairs, events, and more just taking place in the museum, it made it difficult to monitor and spot suspicious activity. Though this also, I will say, as some have argued, that fully securing the Louvre, it's not an easy thing. It's a very massive and very old building, and with that, you had the French culture minister saying, when the Louvre Museum was designed, it wasn't designed to welcome 10 million visitors or prepare for these new forms of criminality. But still, you've many saying that the fact that this happened, it's an embarrassment. Or with, for example, the country's justice minister is saying, we failed. People were able to park a furniture hoist in the middle of Paris, get people up it in several minutes to grab priceless jewels, and saying this paints a deplorable image of France. Right then with that, you had the museum's director getting grilled by the French Senate today. She said that the museum's alarms worked well, but did acknowledge that security camera coverage is insufficient, including on the site of the crime, and saying the only camera installed is directed westward and therefore did not cover the balcony involved in the break-in, and adding there are some perimeter cameras, but they are aging. They're then also calling the incident a failure and took responsibility for it. And then, as far as the investigation, the manhunt for these people, it's still ongoing. With the reported that there are 60 investigators on the case, and some reports saying that there is DNA that's being looked at and analyzed. Which actually brings us to something almost as valuable as what was taken, which is what the robbers left behind. Because in their escape, they actually dropped a crown outside of the museum, which has since been recovered, though it was damaged. And the police also saying it looked like the thieves intended on setting their truck and some of the other items on fire, but they were chased away by security before they could actually do it. And then as far as, what are they going to do with the stuff they stole, there is an obvious guess. Because they went after the jewels and not the art for possibly a good reason. Because with a painting, it can't be easily resold without it being recognized. But with jewels, that's a different story. But as one art crime professor explained, they stole items that can be easily taken apart, melted down, recut, and sold on the legitimate market, with it being very difficult to trace them. Though, of course, maybe there is a chance that the robbers have an interest in historical or artistic value of these pieces. But again, most experts right now think that they're just going to sell those jewels. Because even though cutting them down, it lessens their value, that's still a ton of money. But then finally today, as we wind things down, I want to end with congratulations and one more thing. Starting with a big congrats to John T, a winner of SeatGeek's weekly giveaway, right? John's looking to catch the playoff games. And for the rest of y'all, that's right. SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets every week, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you got to do is just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. That said, the final bit today is a piece from today's brand new podcast I just released, Crashing Out, episode 4 now. Wow, that's crazy. Well, this week's episode is coming in at just under an hour and a half. Links to watch or listen on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts in the description. I thought I'd end today's show with this bite from the pod.
Speaking of being freed from a prison, George Santos is out, Phil.
Or if you're getting to this episode late, maybe Diddy.
I know. I think, I've been writing about this online. I think he's building a Legion of Doom. He's building a rogues gallery.
Oh,
Trump
that
is
makes everything make more. Oh man, and at the head of the table is gonna be the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein. He's like that's the leader.
Well, in DC Comics, his name is Gentleman Ghost. He's just there floating. I don't think he's building a ballroom. I think he's building that weird Darth Vader head from Super Friends, and he's refilling. He's not draining the swamp. He's refilling the swamp, and there's a big Darth Vader head, and this is where they're going to edit in all these imagery for the YouTube video, and it's going to be Donald Trump in a Legion. He's going to be in a Lex Luthor green and purple, and he's going to be yelling at the Joker. And that's just gonna be JD Vance. Your editors are gonna have such a hell of a time putting this.
They're
together.
like, we're literally doing none of this. we have two double shows today.
Do it, editors, and don't use AI. Do it all by hand.
Please don't use AI. I don't want to take that hit.
Make George Santos as Cheetah from Wonder Woman, because that's how I want.
I mean, now that he's back out, we might be able to pay enough to get a cameo of him just doing that.
You probably could.
But that, my friends, is the end of this video, but it's not the end of all the goodness today. I don't even know if I would qualify today's show as the goodness. Though, if you do want some goodness, I got that brand new episode of Crashing Out that just dropped today. The PDS is 90% news, 10% of opinion. That's the inverse of that. It's a great ride today. And then, of course, you've got the newest Philip DeFranco show that you might not have seen yet. With links to those on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, also in the description down below. But no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We are back, and we are joined now by Ed Zitron, host of the Better Offline podcast and publisher of the Where's Your Ed At on Substack. Ed, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Sorry?
On
It's on
Ghost.
I don't
I'm
support
so
Substack.
sorry.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
so-
Everyone makes this mistake. It's okay.
It's okay. I mean, our newsletter is on Ghost too, right? And
Oh, yeah.
I never even remember. But yes,
It's not
so
a big deal.
that's the one that isn't, I guess, funded by a bunch of Silicon
Isn't
Valley
recommending things with swastikas, no.
No, yeah, that's helpful. Ed, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Of course.
So I know you're asked this every single day, so I will ask this question, but then amend it. You're probably asked every day, when is this damn AI bubble gonna burst? So my question to you is not when, but how is it going to burst?
So thanks to Oracle, we are now set up for a very obvious collapse, which is, so yesterday it was announced that Oracle had, well, it was day before yesterday during their earnings, where they missed on everything. They said they had $317 billion of new customer revenue incoming over the next, from financial year 2027. Turned out that $300 billion of that is from OpenAI, a company that loses billions of dollars a year and has never had more than $16 billion in the bank. So Oracle's stock jumped 40% and a bunch of others jumped with it. So just to be clear also, it came out from the Financial Times a couple weeks ago that OpenAI's non-profit conversion is going to be delayed until next year because Microsoft is not really moving on the negotiations. So it's a very complex way of saying that this will end because OpenAI will probably die. And no one likes this story. No one wants to talk to me about it too much in the tech media right now because when you really think about it, everything lies on top of OpenAI. They're the largest compute client in the world. They're $10 billion of Microsoft's Azure cloud revenue. They represent pretty much all paying users of generative AI, 20 million paying customers, 5 million business customers. Though I add, 500,000 of those are from Cal State University, 50 million annual contracts, so about $2.50 a user, losing a bunch of money, just like OpenAI tends to. In any case, OpenAI does not have the money to pay this contract. They're meant to start paying Oracle about $30 billion in 2027. These servers are not even in the data centers. There's only an eighth of them built. So Oracle neither has the capacity ready to serve the revenue, and OpenAI doesn't have the money. And the thing that no one seems to want to say is, where the hell are they getting it from? So,
right.
And the answer is, there is literally not enough venture capital to fund this. Venture capital will run out. All of it, the dry powder of available venture capital will run out in 6 quarters at this current rate. And OpenAI, to do anything close to what they need to do, will need more than is currently available. Even if they move into private credit, it will not be sufficient. So the answer is, there's a good chance that OpenAI just does not convert to a for-profit entity. And if they don't by the end of the year, their current funding round from SoftBank gets cut in half. If they can't convert at all, they will die because they cannot go public. And at that point, if OpenAI cannot go public, they turn into a functional Ponzi scheme where the only way for any investor to cash out is for other investors to enter the system. And this is not an accusation of fraud or anything. That's just how it will work if they can't convert, because they are this weird non-profit hybrid. So yeah, I think sometime in the next year or two, OpenAI simply falls over and dies and gets pecked to death by carrion birds. And once that happens, everything else falls apart because OpenAI represents pretty much all of the revenue. They make more than everyone else combined. There's probably $40 billion of active revenue in generative AI, which is nothing. And
Yeah.
OpenAI represents, I think, like a third to a half of that. They represent all of the compute. They're most of Microsoft's compute. They're going to be most of Oracle's revenue, if any of that was true. OpenAI disappears. There's not that much business here. It's a fugazi. It's all made up. It's genuinely disgusting.
Yes, and that is, but all of this Fugazi kind of runaround stuff is just there to create more investment. I mean, that's what's been
Yes.
agonizing about this whole discussion is that the so much of the AI discussion, even the the guys going on podcasts to talk about how it's going to take over the world and be like robots. That's how great our product is. It could take over the world. Anyone want to invest? It's all been so much billions and billions of money that's gone into this and basically wasted
Yes.
because it could disappear, as you say, overnight because they cannot create right now a model that is profitable.
Well, it's not just the lack of profitability. It's not just the fact that these companies in general don't make much money. I mean, Perplexity, AI startup, search engine type company that has raised $300 million in the last 2 months, two separate rounds. They spent over 140% of their revenue last year just on compute. These companies do not function in the way that regular startups do and on an operational level. The whole point of cloud software, the whole reason that tech has its valuations is that these are asset-light businesses where the biggest costs are salespeople and customer service. Generally, infrastructure has not been a problem. It is insane, but tech has now taken on the burden of classical industrialization without any path out. And what's crazy is I did an article called Why Everybody's Losing Money on AI last week. It's not clear that even the people providing compute, as in the people building the data centers with the GPUs in them, are making any profit. And if they are, it's going to take years. But on top of all of this crap don't work. It doesn't do that much. It's not that useful. These people going on podcasts and saying, oh, it's going to do this. Oh, China, not to insult the previous guest, but China's building powerful AI. Are they? Are we talking about generative AI? Because when it comes to large language models, so the underlying tech behind like ChatGPT and Claude and all that, that's not powerful. It's not doing much. And indeed, a ton of other AI stuff that isn't making that much money, but is far more interesting, is unrelated to this, but they want to conflate it because the actual products that are underneath, well, that are built on top of large language models are kind of crap. They're good for Casey Newton of Platformer. His best he's got was to say, oh yeah, we should take this seriously. AGI is coming because it turns out that ChatGPT can do most kinds of homework. That's not why we send children to school. We don't send people to university to do homework so that the homework's complete. It's not like there's a goblin we feed the homework to. We do it so that people learn. It's just, it's fantastical, ridiculous, and ultimately dangerous.
And can we just even back up to how we got to this point here? Because so much of what you're talking about, the way that the model is completely not profitable, was a lot of how tech and some of these like gig economy companies were spoken about. And I know it's different, and I want you to explain how that's different, because I know, like, is Uber even making money? Like, I feel like they're still, I'm not sure, maybe it was like last year or 2 years they started making money, but like a lot of these tech companies started operating at a loss, and some have gotten over the hump, especially because they're now some of the most highly traded companies on the stock market and things like that. But this, you lay out how it's different in your piece, if you don't mind explaining to our audience.
So it's very simple. So Uber, Amazon Web Services is a comparison point that people make. They shouldn't. Over the course of 10 years, Amazon Web Services cost about 10% of the global investment from AI in the last 2. So Amazon Web Services is nothing to do with it. It was also cash flow positive within a couple years. Uber, I think they burned about $30 billion between 2019 and 2022. Now, most of that was between R&D and sales and marketing. They just burned a bunch of money to get people out, and then were taking a loss on drivers too. They cranked up the prices, horrible labor abusers. But the classic mistake here, and this is actually, I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people posing that Uber was just like this are doing so in bad faith. Because the thing that nobody wants to admit is that Microsoft, Amazon, and Google paid for OpenAI and Anthropic's infrastructure. So people can say, oh, OpenAI has raised 60 billion or what have you. Anthropic's done the same. Oh, and they look, Uber burned a lot of money too. No, the actual total amount, when you really look at how much Amazon and Google handle Anthropic, Microsoft handles OpenAI, they've put between them hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure just for these companies. So it's not anything like Uber. The timeline is smaller, and on top of it, Uber's costs were not running the cars. This would be if like Uber's cars were run using giraffe blood, and you had to blow them up at the end of every ride and build a new car by hand. And I sound like I'm being facetious, but it really, the economics of this are completely and utterly insane. And they are getting worse because people have been saying, oh, the cost of inference is coming down. It's actually going up. There's a story by Christopher Mims about this in the Wall Street Journal. It's everywhere now. So this crap is getting more expensive to do the same things. It's still doing the same crap. And what they like to do is say, well, look, it's going up on the benchmarks. The benchmarks are made to make the models look better because you can't test these things on actual things that people do because they cannot do them.
Well, we have some data showing that at least these like larger firms here are starting to agree with you because there are all these promises of how AI can help basically replace a workforce. But this is an article in Fortune magazine. AI adoption rates are declining and kind of have been for these larger firms who are beginning to realize this since basically the middle point of this year. Explain why that's happening, Ed.
Well, it's quite simple. It doesn't do enough. Like the enterprise will, and there was a paper that came out of MIT NANDA as well that said 95% of generative AI integrations have 0% return on investment. Now, within that, there was this statement that's very valuable, which is that adoption is high in the enterprise, but disruption is low. These products cannot learn because generative AI has no brain. They do not think. They do not have human thinking. They are just probabilistic models. And as a result, they are limited in what they can do to pretty much the same things. They summarize, they can generate text, they can generate images, they can sometimes successfully generate a PowerPoint, but even then, you can't do it every time. And at some point, I imagine enterprises rolling out these big integrations, spending all this money, are going, okay, does this do anything we actually need? And at some point, why would they continue? You'll note that we're 3 years into this, and we still don't have any really tangible examples of anyone doing anything interesting or large-scale disruptive. I mean, within a few years of the iPhone, we had tens of millions of smartphones. You had entire organizations adopting smartphones across the board. You had bring-your-own-device companies growing literally just to provision iPhones and similar devices for corporate clients. You had growth within the enterprise that you could map out year by year. We have a line trending down. That's not good. And that people really would love to say, oh, well, the dot-com boom, the line went down too. Nuh-uh. There was no line go down when it came to the growth of cloud compute. And Uber, completely different consumer company, not relevant. But nevertheless, their burn was still significantly lower over time, and they were also a necessary product. I think they're horrifying labor abusers, but still, the product made sense. But in generative AI, the returns are not there on a financial level, but the actual product still does functionally the same thing it did 2 years ago. Since GPT-4, there really hasn't been a significant thing that's changed. Even reasoning models, it's just kind of putting a hat on a hat at this point.
You speak a little bit about in one of your pieces on your site, NVIDIA and
Drive from the past, dog chase cat. Delight Lamone and dug her claws in my back. From lies that entrap to lies that attract the straw that snap the camel spine's cause to react. You had your way before you threw me to the curb. Chastise and whip me like a true Venus in furs. I brought the whole house down, cracked both pillars. Packed to the gills, no frills, no filler. Tactless, act passive, bad lashes. It's raining ashes, cats and mastiffs. I catch fish with net, pass piss test, collect cash whip. Old Pathfinder with holes in the head gasket. Pills for the hippie with the sandals dripping from his pores. Wear pools on the floor in the kitchen. We shed all inhibition, knock a screw loose and mob through the streets like the wild chopper Tulus. Companionship, I could sleep. And if I had the world of excess to distract me, I thought twice, then declined when you asked me. Confronted by past deeds, I follow where the path leads. When I lay me down. Strange things stock the depths with the white whale and Loch Ness. To face off with heroes at the gods test. A lot to process, act more, talk less. Never treat queens like playthings and objects. We're all cogs in the church of progress. Scientists looking for something to dissect. We're gluttons with an appetite for destruction that drink the devil's nectar and dine on God's flesh. I met Delilah in the pitfall I fell into. She turned my high Clydesdale into Elmer's glue. Held me paralyzed, said I put a spell on you. I'll take and take till there's nothing left but a shell of you. The anima shadow is Babylon. A stop along the way for the traveling vagabond. Late night I hear her voice echo through the street. Counting sheep, chasing inner peace, desperate for release. Companionship, I could sleep. And if I had the world of excess to distract me, I would gladly. I thought twice, then declined when you asked me. Confronted by past deeds, I follow where the path leads. When I lay me down to sleep.
When the soul identifies with Maya, it forgets. Thus the soul is temporarily in darkness. It is deluded, and it dreams the mortal dream. Becoming increasingly involved and confused, the soul remains bound up with the world. The intuitive faculty becomes suppressed, and its perception of truth blotted out.
I need to walk through the pale light that occupies the world, and believe it when a drop of blood says, listen, paradise is never far away, and simpler than you think it, think it, think it, think it.
We have the feeling we are getting nowhere.
The warning has passed unnoticed. All right.
Live from the snake pit, equipped with free will to twist fate with. Dwarfed by the towers we build, let's switch places. Ever since I quit the day shift, my vision's LASIK. They give a man a shovel and pick to dig his grave with. The cruel subterfuge used to fuel hatred by the state sock puppets and pundits with two faces. Got us at each other's throats, father for the same tricks. Facing Earth's birth pangs and tectonic plate shifts. She gyrates, I watch her shake like jello mold. Walk across oceans, hopscotch archipelagos. Well disposed to tell tales seldom told about worlds within worlds that can't be seen through your telescopes. If nothing sacred, you can mold it how you see fit. Strip mine the globe, recode the double helix. Split atoms in half, reduce men to lab rats, and open up a Pandora's box of other secrets. Playing roles, plugging holes in the sinking ship. Ill-equipped to wield the power at our fingertips. Confronted by a diamond back in the wilderness that offered me the global village on a silver dish. I declined, said I won't be pushed, filed, stamped, index, brief, debriefed, or numbered bottom line. Divided by design, find peace of mind in the broken promised land where the blind lead the blind. The show's coming to a close, told what the future holds. Soul shedding human clothes, pulled from the crucible. A head full of dreams, a heart wrapped in razor wire. Throwing snakes in the stomach, acid lake of fire. When I was young, my hands slipped off the highest rung. I prepped the chemicals for liftoff and life begun. A fist-sized knot, fresh dip, extra dapper, slider glass, slipper on, and live happy ever after. Tell the second chapter about the light trapped inside the flesh and wolves running wild in the shepherd's pasture. Running from the violent flames and the hunger pangs, cleansed in the fire, baptized by the summer rain. Heads hung in chain, faces in our palms purge what no longer serves. Hatchlings turn to songbirds and try to paint a picture of a world beyond words. On terra firma, only love conquers monsters. Playing roles, plugging holes in the sinking ship. Ill-equipped to wield the power at our fingertips. Confronted by a diamond back in the wilderness that offered me the global village on a silver dish. I declined, said I won't be pushed, filed, stamped, index, brief, debriefed, or numbered bottom line. Divided by design, find peace of mind in the broken promised land where the blind lead the blind.
Tell us your date of birth. Tell us your place of birth. Tell us your marital status. Tell us your number of dependents. Tell us your social security number. Tell us your checking account number. Tell us your savings.
Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
A hummingbird needs no legs to fly. We've all been blessed with wings of our own.
Recognize the patterns that emerge when the self-righteous herb strikes a maladapted nerve. Had the urge to snap and leave him fractured on the curb. I recalled the confrontation, but the aftermath's a blur. Deterred by a Venus wrapped in furs that saw the ring and aimed to sabotage my happy ever afterwards. In dark moods, she'll remove your heart using sharp tools. Feed you to the sharks, leave you bleeding on the bar stool. Leave the fruit alone. Go pet the dog with 3 heads on a leash in front that's chewing on a human bone. And dream about Elysian fields where you used to roam. A new day dawning and the promise of your future home. It's scorched earth outside, more than I can stomach. Lit a stick with fire stolen from the highest summit. Somewhere in the furnace sweating out the toxins. Where snake oil merchants peddle rebel angel doctrines. There's no place like home base. Maneuver through a soulscape, stone-faced, moving at my own pace. Dodging pitfalls and titans while they clash. Plucking wings off of hummingbirds and fighting over scraps.
Many questions are still unanswered. How do they find their way? Do they navigate by the sun and stars?
As we walk in, welcome to my habitat. You're free to watch the spin doctor spin in Stetson hazmats. You can check my ass cap, take a lap around my lab, take a ride inside the mad mind of Gandalf Pendergrass. Gobstoppers, everlasting flavor countries where I'm at. Used to be the Reds in Mangalore, Ganesh, I buy a pack. No use in denying facts. The truth is I'm lying back and letting life arrive on God's almanac. Rewind the track to find the sum. I use this as a rule of thumb. Time it used to bruise me with its lacking nature. Give me some, but I'm an eternal being, so keep it charity it seems. My nature's on the side of cherished rarities and particle beams. The article genuine, gentleman, genteel giant with a way to a means. Making my way no matter the day, no matter the time, it's in my genes. Divine steam, precise aim with a crystal beam. Cut a man down with a missile stream. Spit like a hummingbird beak and lean in when I grip my teeth. Is this a dream?
Projected on the inner screen of clay figurines. There's no place like home base. Trying to find a path through an underworld of hungry ghosts fighting over scraps.
Important thing is to get out there and learn to see, to look, and to enjoy.
We've all been blessed with wings.
One, two, three.
I fell in love with this fish, she got caught in my mesh. Treading water on the surface of the bottomless depths, I guess. A diamond's nothing but a rock with a name. Took it to the pawn shop off of Providence Lane. The song solemn, sweet, sinful. Serpentine dug a ditch for my severed head and fled the murder scene. Saw me making progress, saw me do my thing. Subtle magic that could turn a peasant to a king. Saw me drift gently down a stream in a dream state and reawaken with a child's smile and a clean slate. It say something, touch a nerve, make a mean face. We would argue every day for a week straight. They say it's all for the best, I don't disagree. She's throwing shit at me, I'm screaming like Kid Capri. Sweet misery, physically sick, heedless. Let me live my life how I see fit. I saw the light that day, like we don't ever have to live our life that way. Salome, lead me down the right pathway. Take my head, watch the light cascade. You suffer, you cope, you move, you shake. You fall in and out of love, you play the game. You make mistakes, you split, you break. You find what you're looking for and move on. New day, new dawn, you were gone too long. Love is a very strange thing. Amputate the limits, infected with gangrene. My queen shook me out of dreams, something's out of place. She said it's for the best and vanished without a trace. We're all trying to self-awaken or let ourselves go. Self-medicate, self-indulge and self-loathe. I was somewhere in the second circle when hell froze. Lost all control of self, moving in stealth mode. Right place, right time, bright lights, white lines. Everything's great, everything's great. Clean slate drifting gently down the stream, dream state, everything's great, everything's great. You're a universe, but you don't know your own depth. Time we shed our old flesh and cover this nest, we're in the home stretch. Some people got heads like Olmecs and hollow eyes for crows to peck till the ego dies a slow death. I'm making progress, see me do my thing. Subtle magic that could turn a peasant to a king. See me drift gently down the stream in a dream state and reawaken with the child's smile and the clean slate. I saw the light that day, like we don't ever have to live our life that way. Salome, lead me down the right pathway. Take my head, watch the light cascade. You suffer, you cope, you move, you shake. You fall in and out of love, you play the game. You make mistakes, you split, you break. You find what you're looking for and move on. New day, new dawn, you were gone too long.
What is the position of America in the world today?
Power mad, despotic
Cruelty. A terrible, destructive force.
Groping in the darkness of the future
toward a rendezvous with the unknown.
How sweet the sound that raised the wretch from beneath the ground, so he could watch Maya weave the sky into an evening gown. The priest casts never practice what they preach in town, but I can see a deeper truth behind the roads you lead me down. Strange scenes in lost scriptures, where notation turns emotions into technicolor thought pictures. Womb-like worlds of woven tapestries and quilts, juxtaposed with the cityscapes and factories we built. On the big screen of this dream, as Earth becomes Cybertron, and prior generations pass the trauma like batons. I almost lost control watching it unfold, trying to purge hell itself, removing toxins from the soul. The inner accusations fly, the prosecution's goal is to make you second guess the plot you thought you used to know. Every course of action judged by warring factions, questioning your intentions, assessing your reactions. In the scheme of things, in a fever dream, in the subtext, the headlines you should read between. There's something anti-human and self-destructive. They invert, package up slick and sell the public. Snakes draped in lamb's wool and progressive garb will slither underneath no matter how low you set the bar. To new depths, same old stacked deck of cards keeps us trapped in this laboratory, rat's nest of ours.
The truth that God is all makes for humility, yet I'm cozy and comfortable with my invincibility. What'll it be? I'm waiting on whatever that I have to. I who orchestrate the very atmosphere I pass through. You're a leader, I'm not trying to gas you. Hop up on a path less traveled where the grass grew greener. Take notice of the hocus pocus of unbroken focus. The maxims you're recording are of maximum importance. A life of purpose is the only way to scratch the surface. The universe and I are at your service. Perfect. The smallest detail gives direction. That combined with reflex, combined with reflection, combined with relentless. Loving and devotion is the way to make the most of these senses. Yes, great, and we are gaining momentum. Every indication, the occasion's momentous.
In the scheme of things, in a fever dream, in the subtext, the headlines you should read between. There's something anti-human and self-destructive. They invert, package up slick and sell the public. Snakes draped in lamb's wool and progressive garb will slither underneath no matter how low you set the bar. To new depths, same old stacked deck of cards keeps us trapped in this laboratory, rat's nest of ours.
Into my mirror has walked a woman, 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 woman. In one breast she holds evidence of forest, in the other of sea.
Please don't let me be misunderstood. If I could, I'd pick the lock and leave here for good. Far from the spokesperson for the old serpent's coercion, who deceives the whole world behind the closed curtain. Who gave it teeth and claws, only God knows. Made us all into microcosms of the cosmos. A father queen nursed that thing. I'm trying to turn the liquid she secretes from a poison to a vaccine. Peep the Salvador Dali milk mustache. Grade A sustenance for rugrats, the poison and the panacea. They want the good without the bad, and brave the wasteland, do the best with what they have. Seekers, born leaders, lowly creatures, preachers, lotus eaters, yoga teachers, blind men, madmen, trying to escape the wrath, all lined up to drink sap from the sacred path. We want the milk and honey, an idyllic state. We want them both served to us on a silver plate. If you like a second helping, say yes please. I only sip the freshest of the fresh squeeze. We want the ambrosia, the prime real estate. We want to see behind the veil that conceals her face. If you like a second helping, say yes please. I only sip the freshest of the fresh squeeze. Send us emissaries to siphon the flower's essence, so we can move from early childhood through adolescence and reestablish a connection to the source and the demiurge dreamscape till things run their course. You want the good stuff, not the pain and the hell flames that melt chains and need to self-change. Honey drips from my honey dips lips dancing in the rain. I knocked on heaven's door till an answer finally came. And when I saw the ground of all being in its true form, I prostrated myself and cried like a newborn. Not a judge or a tyrant in the sky, but a universal flower inside of my mind's eye. So while the music press keeps the hive-minded nest buzzing, and the rest of them count sheep with death's cousin, I'ma shake the lion's cage in the final days and sit inside the praise in the shade of Miss Maya's maze. We want the milk and honey, an idyllic state. We want them both served to us on a silver plate. If you like a second helping, say yes please. I only sip the freshest of the fresh squeeze. We want the ambrosia, the prime real estate. We want to see behind the veil that conceals her face. If you like a second helping, say yes please. I only sip the freshest of the fresh squeeze.
I have been staring at the sun-washed sky so long that I'm beginning to see yellow spots. All I want is to lie here with the sun warming my face until they come to drag me home.
There must be some inaudible but effective message buried at subliminal levels on one of the hit records. Well, maybe. It's causing them all to behave like derelicts. What's the problem? It's important to be liked, but it's more important to be free and to be yourself. That's not exactly true, you know. I'm stuck here in civilization.
Wait a minute.
Shut up, you bloody mouth.
Funds low, left my wallet in El Segundo. At the dive, acting extra brolic and gung-ho. Stay cool and composed when meatheads with front row tickets to the gun show. We're gunning for your numbskull. It spiraled out of control, I hit the exit. Ran for dear life past the junkie with the death wish. Out of step with the network, socialite nexus. And every ways to blog hype on your guest list. Give me precious, momentary respite. I'll find like minds to connect with. Deadlift the world's weight and count reps. Then flex for the montage and throw those to doom skull down the steps. I may get cheated death but treated with respect. Stressed out with debt collectors breathing down my neck. A twice born life form following tradition. Trying to shift tides with the movement of a big pen.
Money has its own way.
It has its own way. It grows on flesh and bone. Tell them what they won't say. I listen close when the other side's speaking through me. Cry oceans, sweat bullets and bleed profusely. Never had much from a bottom feeder in a fishbowl to a hedonist with a string of bad luck and a fistful of dollars for the strip show where Maya bears it all for the ones who keep their lips closed. Keep me conscious of the promise that the future holds, so when I'm tempted I don't make a mess of something beautiful. Duck projectiles flying off a Cupid's bow. Walk the path since the luck of Lucian, you should know. I kept my I listen close when the other side's speaking through me. Cry oceans, sweat bullets and bleed profusely. Never had much from a bottom feeder in a fishbowl to a hedonist with a string of bad luck and a fistful of dollars for the strip show where Maya bears it all for the ones who keep their lips closed.
Just have a great idea.
Your hand in mine.
the sun came bursting in. All's well through a certain lens, but it sure is tense, unearthing gems. To bend to our earthly whims, the pressure that we circumvent. The bread served in a circus tent, I got fear to shed like serpent skin. When it rears its head, birds ascend through the nerves and tendons, through the firmament and take root in the third dimension. For the burgeoning seeds in the trench, but the words on the leaflet are dense. Herculean attempts to move even an inch. You can see the resent in a deeper intent. Anyhow, in the boughs on the crowded street, I can see for 1,000 miles. You can rant till the cows arrive or merge word of flesh or walk down the aisle. Been around for a minute now, looking out for my inner child. Been about what I've been about. When in doubt, go a different route. Slow it down like Swish your house. If it goes south, I'll retain the highest hopes. I don't fish for cosigns on either coast. I put the whole wide world under microscope. Break it down to protons and isotopes. You already, all day, every. It all pans out, but it all weighs heavy. The fire is stoked, but don't fly too close. I'll treat it with the deep reverence when I approach. That right there, quite rare. A moment of peace. A stillness to heal the sick. A flower in the wilderness. In the field with the thorns and the birds of prey. And a light so bright you avert your gaze. All I have's words of praise for a calm that repairs every nerve that's frayed. Anyhow, for my next trick, I'll pull myself out from a cesspit and head straight for the exit. Exodus, out like 3 strikes in the catcher's mitt. God bless the kid and keep him young, even with bad knees and receding gums. Lead him through the dark of night and false light when the cold wind speaks in a secret tongue. Guide the youth, keep them fit, don't let them overheat when they're feverish. Water all the plants, feed the fish, see the universe in the petri dish. Teach an old flea bit dog a new trick. Tighten up screws with the proper toolkit and watch the mood shift, good as new. Big up yourself for the good you do. That right there, quite rare. A moment of peace. A stillness to heal the sick. A flower in the wilderness. In the field with the thorns and the birds of prey. And a light so bright you avert your gaze. All I have's words of praise for a calm that repairs every nerve that's frayed.
Words are the bridges we build to reach each other. They can bring an idea spun into space and held up to the whole human race.
Things are far more serious than I suspect you've been told. People are dying up here.
And that isn't the end. Well, how did all this happen?
We have been completely cut off from Earth. Any chance of restoring contact?
Very little, sir. We've lost all direct communication.
I gave him 2 16s and a lucid dream with the muses playing theme music on a super string. Watch me do my thing when the hypothermic stings. I can intervene by turning Mr. Hyde to Mr. Clean. From lean, mean, dope, sick fiend to pristine. Stick to piff and nicotine. Quit menacing the scene. Get medicine from clinics. Say your penance when it's finished. Then it's finished in the vintage rented tinted limousine. Big things, big screens with big brothers, ugly mugs. Selling us a pyramid scheme like a fucking drug. Love died with the troubadours. Now it's all ego-driven. With fetal position with the needle dripping. A foul ecosystem. Keep on living. Be persistent in the prison where heaven and hell are equidistant. Give them 2 sets. Marie Antoinette next. Stakes as high as in the cassette deck. Take it back. Take it back. Everything's sunny, everything's lovely. Put me on the pedestal, hold no one above me. Everything's pleasant and good. Eating breadcrumbs like the little peasant that could. Fuel for the furnace combust, learn to adjust. You view the world on the surface with a certain disgust. Everything's sunny, everything's lovely. Put me on a pedestal, hold no one above me. Catch a stone cast at your dome by your self-righteous sinner that is send Gestapo to tap your phone. I got the blues, got a lot to lose. Got the news so-and-so pass. Check the database for slideshows and photographs. You grow detached from your chosen path, lose control and crash on the overpass. Motionless, focused inward with loved ones howling like 1,000 Ginsbergs with pinched nerves. Robert Johnson gave me his guitar pick. I could play super strings and rap about my hardships. You collide through your teeth and spoon feed them arsenic. Who could stoop the lowest? Who could fall the farthest? It began when we took an apple off a tree limb. Sweet sin. Sustenance to sink teeth in. Took a risk and got 86 for high treason. The pivotal moment, simple components divide reason. Everything's sunny, everything's lovely. Put me on the pedestal, hold no one above me. Everything's pleasant and good. Eating breadcrumbs like the little peasant that could.
Starvation, humiliation, despair, frustration, every goddamn thing. For all your ills, I give you laughter.
The light should shine through your eyes. The light should be spoken through your words. The light should be felt in your deeds. That is the true purpose of our being on this earth. To uncover the light and let it shine brighter and brighter.
I wish that we could clip puppet strings, among other things, and walk hand in hand, smiling and suffering. I know a thing or two about the sins love redeems, and what it means to play kings and queens in each other's dreams. A pyrite crown, a killer whale clavicle, a phoenix wishbone, and showcasings from the Alamo. All powerful, all talk, hiding from the prying eyes that the walls got. Watching why the ball drops, I'm scared of life. Erudite parasites, spray pesticides and pave paradise. Joni Mitchell never lies, string pullers never tell the truth. They enterprise and fabricate a worldview to sell the youth. But when you smile, I forget about the mess we made. And life acquires depth through the trials of yesterday. I met you at a show, hiding out behind a lens, basking in your afterglow, smashing time and time again. The silent hymns of lambs laying in the lion's den are channeled from a higher plane and planted in the minds of men. You and I could bend the bars back on iron gates, clip puppet strings and crawl together through the fireplace. I need to trace the contours of a demon's face. I need the space to say my piece before I leave this place. I need to make the same pound cake Anita bakes and reawake from the grave to raise kundalini snakes. The fear of feeling shame's crippling. You push me in the right direction. We suffer countless life lessons. Love above everything's the essence, the revelation, the crown jewel of every earth angel's education. I'm wide awake now, I see it so clear. The sound of wedding bells is like music to my ears. The marriage of heaven and hell, the sacred veil of tears. The conviction that a wish could shatter this house of mirrors. With archangels looking down on me from watchtowers, I cooked up the processed blood of a poppy flower. An ungodly hour in the garden, dreaming dreams, penalized for a sin of pride against the King of Kings. Sequencing drums some strange evening in the presence of an Elohim, with one bat and one eagle's wing. Spring was in the air, all the leaves were green. I was sky high seeing
Everything in
things.
every game is a choice, an intentional decision made by some developer or some designer that you probably don't think twice about. The speed that dialogue shows up on screen, the positioning of respawn points, whether the camera is static or whether it follows the player. Think about all the sound effects that create an environment. As someone who has the ability to make a video game, so you, Hi. All you're doing is making choices. And now that you've chosen to explore game development, or you're at least a little bit curious, the first choice that you'll need to make is deciding what engine or software you're going to use to make this game. This is the place you'll probably code in, lay out your levels, assemble all the nuggets of your game in. It's not just a tool or a medium, but it's a skill you're going to get better at over time. Chances are you'll end up trying a lot of different things, but I'm going to give you a rundown of your options. You can either make your game through a game engine, which is a software dedicated to game development, or you can use what would be referred to as an IDE. Now, a game engine might have things that are built in for game development, so like a physics system or templates, but it also might have more limitations. Whereas in something like VS Code, there are no limits per se, but there's also nothing to hold your hand. So if you are confident in coding, you can use virtually any text editor and just raw code your game. That is how a lot of popular indie titles have been made. But for 80% of people probably watching this video, you're gonna want to use a game engine. So I'll go ahead and give you all the options for your game engines in like probably, hopefully, maybe under 60 seconds. Ready? Go. This is arguably the most popular engine out there. It's good for 2D or 3D games, and you'll be coding primarily in C#. It's a bit overwhelming in my opinion. It definitely has that professional vibe to it, but it's a very powerful tool, maybe one to learn eventually, but not start with. This one's my personal favorite. It's what I started out with because it's fairly uncomplicated. All your code will immediately connect to game objects for you. You'd be making a 2D game in GML, which is basically like if JavaScript and C++ had a baby. If you're making what would be considered a typical RPG, so turn-based combat, lots of dialogue, this has all of that built in. So you wouldn't really have to code a lot if you're just wanting those basic systems. But if you have any unique mechanics, you will be coding in either Ruby or JavaScript depending on the version. If you're making a visual novel, use this. I've used this one a lot too. It uses what's called a node system, so it's a little quirky. I've always found it to be a little more complicated than it probably should be, but a lot of people use it and a lot of people are migrating from Unity to Godot, especially for game jams. So it's worth playing around with it, seeing if you like it. This one is the industry standard for anything 3D graphically intensive. If you're doing any heavy rendering and graphical stuff, this can handle it, and you'll probably be using C++. Now remember, when you're first learning to make games, you don't have to commit to any of those. Sure, you do have to invest some time to really get a feel for things and make something, but you will have all the time in the world to experiment, figure out what works for you. I have tried literally every game engine under the sun by now, so you'll be good. So now that you've got your engine, you essentially have the brick and the beef behind what's going to power your game. But how are you going to learn to code? How are you going to learn this engine? And how are you going to ultimately make that game? You're probably going to gravitate towards following a tutorial online, which isn't bad, but it can be very easy to fall into what's called tutorial hell. This is when you follow so many tutorials and you copy down so much code, you trick your noggin into thinking that you learned how to code, but then when you go and open an empty project, you don't know what to do. When you follow a tutorial, you gain familiarity with what programming or using your game engine is like, but you don't really do that actively unless you put in some extra steps. So every line of code you copy down, think to yourself, do I understand what this is doing? What this variable is now storing, or what this built-in function is doing? And if you don't, that's when you go online and you're going to find what's called the documentation. Every game engine and every programming language has its very own documentation. This is basically a big document that talks about how code works and how to use it, kind of like a manual for programming or just learning how to navigate an engine. You're going to want to find this, bookmark it, kiss it on the lips, because it's going to be very useful. It's also theoretically possible to learn game development from the documentation alone, because that's how useful it is. I've taught myself basically everything that I know from tutorials, but that's because I forced myself to not go on autopilot after a certain point and just tell myself I understood things that I didn't. Follow tutorials enough to understand some of the fundamentals of programming or just the way to navigate your engine, but after a certain point, you do have to take that plunge into just trying on your own. And at that point, it's okay if you have to look back at your old code or Google some stuff. You can also start learning game development by teaching yourself introductory programming. There's always courses online where you can do that, or if you're in school, definitely check out if there's a class offered for it. I took my first coding class my sophomore year of high school, and now I'm a computer science major. That has done me wonders for understanding the logic of how systems in my game interact, what connects to what, knowing the options for how I could code something or just the best way to do it. Coding is the backbone of game development because at the end of the day, it is development. A lot of people get into game development because they like to play games, which, you know, makes sense. I think that does check out. But if you don't really like logic puzzles, thinking critically, problem solving, it will be more of a struggle to get into. I myself am not a math person. I have never been. I do not like it at all. But I did kind of have to retrain my brain into enjoying some of that stuff. At the end of the day, I think the results from making a game and coding is so great that it makes it all worth it, even if I don't love every step of the process. But do know it is really important to understand the logic of programming, and a lot of the tutorials that you will follow will emphasize that. Who are you? Allow me to introduce you to Carson, my new C7M chair from today's sponsor, FlexiSpot. Being at a computer all day, my poor little back gets tired, my head hurts, my neck hurts, everything hurts. Unless I'm with Carson. His backrest has 2 modes, one for relaxing and one for productivity. But either way, he has a latex padded seat that can hold 300 pounds with adaptive lumbar support and up to a 128-degree recline. His seat itself is nice and big, so someone like me, who tends to edit like a frog, can stay comfortable in any position. With my last chair, I'd always have to use an extra pillow to brace my back, but this guy's got it built in. He's also got the most adjustable headrest you've ever seen, 5 levels of backrest height adjustment, adjustable seat depth, and a lot more, so anyone can have a personalized seating experience. I'm usually pretty skeptical about buying chairs online because they're usually built for adult men, and I'm not an adult man. I know, that's a shocker. But every part of this chair is adaptive. The armrests especially. If I don't want them, I can push them away or rotate them sideways. I genuinely love it. There's even a version of Carson out there in the wild that has a footrest. FlexiSpot's C7M chair comes with a 30-day return policy for a risk-free trial and a 10-year warranty with direct replacement for any damaged parts. So if your chair needs an upgrade, or maybe you're just feeling a little lonely, you too can have your very own Carson. Go to flexispot.com and use code 24BFC7 to save an extra $50 on the C7M chair. Where was I? Oh yeah, if you're more of an artistic little duck like I am, the good news is that in this day and age, there are so many resources online to do it yourself, if you want to. Because let's look at the choice here fundamentally. Why choose to make your own art for your game, or why choose not to? If your goal is to develop a fun game one day, one that's on Steam, other people will play, understand that time spent learning art is time spent taken away from coding and actual development. Art is its own wormhole of a skill, and it's very rewarding. It's my favorite part of the entire process. But it is a finishing touch that's very often mistaken to be a fundamental step in the process. Art can be edited or added into a game whenever you want to, if that game exists, which means learning the engine and actually making that game should probably take priority. Especially if you're like me and you tend to get carried away by the more creative stuff and suddenly you have an entire sprite sheet made for a game that doesn't exist yet. What? So when you're first learning to make games, I would strongly recommend finding free assets out there so you can focus on the actual development process and see if you like it. Most major engines out there have their own asset store where you can search by free, 2D, 3D, pixel art. And if you're following a tutorial series, most good ones will have assets linked in the description. So hopefully you don't have to put too much brain power into learning art when you're first starting out. But with that being said, if you do want to try and learn how to do art, I will point you in the right direction. When it comes to pixel art, that direction is a software called Sprite. It does cost $20, but it is fantastic for not just pixel art, but applying game design elements to that pixel art. It's super easy to make animations and export them as sprite sheets, make symmetrical tile sets, all that stuff. I've been using it for a really long time now. I think it's fantastic. If you're looking for a free alternative, Piskel is a web-based engine that kinda does the same thing. It's a website, it's free, so it's definitely a lot more limited. But if you're just trying to see if you actually like pixel art, you can always start there. Photoshop is also used pretty commonly because all you have to do is just set up a grid. So if you already pay Adobe the small price of your soul every month, you can just keep doing that. When it comes to non-pixel art, my understanding is that virtually any digital drawing app can be used. Procreate is a really common one on mobile, but otherwise there's GIMP and Krita on PC. If you have never done art before and you want to make art for your game, pixel art is the path of least resistance. I wouldn't say it's outright easier, I don't know if that's true, but there are a lot less things on average to worry about. Don't get me wrong, you still have to worry about proportions, perspective, stylization, composition, color theory. But with pixel art, you're usually working in smaller resolutions, so it's a little less scary. You don't really have to worry about the precision of lines or shading as much. Overall, I'd say there's less of a learning curve than traditional art, but you can fight me on that if you want to. So if you do go that route, you should also check out this website called LowSpec. It's a website that's filled with color palettes specifically for pixel art. There is no reason to try and teach yourself color theory when you're first getting the basics. Having an existing palette means that you don't have to worry about color and you can focus more on shapes and lines and just the fundamentals. So on LowSpec, you can find a small palette that has just a few shades of every color, and your art will look a lot better. To this day, I only ever use existing palettes because it's just one less thing that I have to worry about. Now, I'll say the same thing about music and sound design that I said about art. You shouldn't really worry about it when you're first starting out, there's not really a reason to, but if you want to, there is this thing called Beatbox, B-E-E-P-B-O-X. All you have to do is just choose your instruments, kind of click around, maybe understand a little bit of music theory.
What a long, strange, fun guy fueled trip it's been. As it turns out, the use of mushrooms in ancient cultures is just as divisive as eating a whole eighth by yourself before going to a family reunion. Some historians cite North African and European cave paintings from as early as 9000 BC that may depict magic mushrooms. And Aztec rituals used a hallucinogenic substance they called the flesh of the gods that very well could have been shrooms. So while we can assume ancient civilizations were tripping balls, we definitely know it spread to the United States in the 20th century thanks to an executive at JP Morgan Bank on vacation. 1957. R. Gordon Wasson, successful banker and major mushroom enthusiast, was traveling through Mexico learning about shrooms. In Oaxaca, he stumbled into a Mazatec ceremony conducted by a shaman featuring bona fide magic mushrooms. Now, Gordon claims he didn't partake, which is the same thing I told my parents after that string cheese incident show in 2007, but he did write about his experience in the wildly popular Life magazine with an article entitled Seeking the Magic Mushroom. Thus, a drug was named and inserted into the American consciousness. In the late 50s, in an effort to study the drug, American scientists enlisted the help of Swiss scientist Albert Hofmann, commonly known as the father of LSD, and probably a very fun guy to have at parties. He was the first person to extract the psilocybin from the shrooms Gordon brought back from Oaxaca and designate it as the chemical reason mushrooms make you all zany brainy. In case you didn't know, when ingested, magic mushrooms take upwards of an hour to kick in, so if you don't feel it at first, don't take more. From there, the trip will come in waves, lasting about 5 to 7 hours overall. You can expect euphoria and increased giggling, intense feelings of wonder and deep thinking, staring at your hands, a feeling like you're dying, or maybe you're already dead, and this is what purgatory is like, and you need to find Haley Joel Osment immediately because he's the only one who can help you cross over to the world of the living. So, essentially,
intense paranoia.
Anyway, shrooms are powerful,
and you should mentally prepare for the potential of a bad trip. So, in the summer of 1960, counterculture and psychedelia icon Timothy Leary read the Life article on magic mushrooms and decided to head down to Mexico to try some magic mushrooms firsthand. There, he had a mushroom-taking experience that permanently altered his life, claiming that he learned more about his brain and self in the 5 hours being faced than he had through 15 years of academia. There you have it, kids. Drugs are more effective than school. Just kidding. When he returned to Harvard University, he created the Harvard Psilocybin Project, which conducted experiments based around psychedelic drugs, fueled by Leary's beliefs that drugs can lead to higher states of consciousness. Beat poet and notorious guy who likes a good time, Allen Ginsberg, heard they were giving out free drugs in Cambridge and linked up with Leary. He became such a fan of psychedelics, he told famous friends like writer Jack Kerouac and jazz musician Charles Mingus, who quickly spread the word and the fungus through the cool cliques of the 1960s. And people really bought into Leary's theories. Hey, that rhymes. In the mid-1960s, Leary got sacked from Harvard, but began distributing psychedelics throughout the country during the height of the hippie movement, making sure the late 60s ran equally on free love and peace and a crap ton of psychedelic drugs. 1970, magic mushrooms are made illegal in the US. The Beatles also break up.
This is a very bad year.
1976, in a major breakthrough for shroom lovers, writer and ethnobotanist Terence McKenna releases his book Psilocybin, Magic Mushrooms Grower Guide, in which he states that growing your own shrooms is only slightly more complicated than canning or making jelly, and delivers a step-by-step guide on how to do it. Ever since then, shrooms have become a permanent fixture in the American hallucinogenic landscape, so let's fast forward a little bit. In 2018, researchers from Johns Hopkins University confirmed what many out there have suspected, that magic mushrooms can have some major medicinal uses, including helping people treat PTSD, depression, and anxiety, and even helping people quit smoking.
In 2019, On the heels of this research and a larger push for cannabis legalization,
Denver, Colorado decriminalizes magic mushroom use.
Later in 2019, Oakland, California decriminalizes all psychedelic plants
and fungi. And statewide efforts in Washington and Oregon are now underway to do the same. Brought to the U.S. by a banker, popularized by beat poets and 1960s hippies, now on the verge of maybe being legal. Thank you, magic mushrooms, for making camping trips, Disney movies, and jam bands way, way, way more fun. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe to Thrillist YouTube channel for more great videos like this, share it with your friends, and write us in the comments about what you'd like us to cover next. We might actually do it. Who knows?
You may have heard there's something lurking in the Arctic.
In a remote part of Siberia,
hidden deep within the permafrost, a giant virus was unearthed.
Vírus gigantes.
So-called zombies.
I want to continue to explore the healing powers of fungi. I've learned of another mushroom that's been used for thousands of years to bring people enlightenment and unity.
Psilocybin and other psychedelics are now being used in new ways.
I've connected with psychologist Dr. John Vervaeke, who studies how psychedelics can change our minds.
How do psychedelics affect the brain?
What you can do with psychedelics is you can expand the number of states that the brain can get into. And then this can introduce what's called cognitive flexibility into people's cognition.
Why are psychedelics being studied today?
There's some preliminary but growing evidence that this can help with certain issues, people dealing with PTSD, people dealing with depression, people dealing with various kinds of addictions.
Psychedelics are thought to have been used by humans worldwide for centuries. Some people have now started taking low doses of psychedelics or other drugs, a practice called microdosing.
Why are people doing this?
I think more and more people want to, if you'll allow me to put a word on it, they want to start cultivating wisdom. Psilocybin could improve your insight, right? Improve the reduction of your egocentrism, right? Your ability to pick up on other people's perspectives, and also enhance your capacity for self-transcendence, which is what you need to overcome self-deception. And I would say that's the core of wisdom.
Interesting.
John's research into microdosing in the mind is fascinating, but I want to meet with someone who has started microdosing to learn firsthand about their experience.
My name is Tom Brennan. I'm interested in microdosing as a exploratory way to increase consciousness.
What has your experience been like since you began microdosing?
In the last 3 years, when I started microdosing, which is eating just a very small quantity of
Ryder, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much, love.
Where your perception is just slightly altered.
Wait, are you still playing for Amazon?
That it actually makes
Why are you paying for Amazon? I have Amazon.
And
are we both paying for Amazon? How do you have Prime?
How prevalent is microdosing?
We should not both be paying for Amazon.
Other business leaders have already admitted now to microdosing on a regular basis.
So I would tell you, but it was actually a gift from my friend from South Africa,
which I'll
and I
weigh
think
on
she
a
got it
digital gram
there,
scale
so
to
I got it from her.
0.5 grams. Then I'll take them, put them in the spice grinder. Okay, now they're all ground up in the glass. Yummy. A little orange juice, make it a little more palatable. A little stir. Down the hatch. Onset is about 40 minutes. From start to finish, it's about 6 hours. With a microdose like this, at this level, it's pretty minor. I'll be there in a 20, 30 minutes. See you later.
What are the psychological benefits?
It has a calming effect, and it also has an empathogen effect, similar to MDMA, where it makes you feel better about other people. So it definitely reduced anxiety in me.
Do you consider yourself high?
In a higher state of consciousness, but not high.
So it's mind expanding as opposed to escapism.
It's a helpful and beneficial compound that is good for everybody.
What change could someone who's decided to start microdosing expect to see in themselves?
Intention is critical. So what you expect or want out of the compound seems to happen, even though that does sound a little on the unscientific side. I've found it, in my experience, that what I expect or want from it, it seems to give to me.
Tom's anecdotal evidence is interesting. I'd like to conduct a psilocybin microdosing experiment, but without access to legal forms of the drug to test, I'll remain an interested observer for now.
These experiences are often called ineffable.
I know, yeah,
but
the
as a
helmet was
scientist,
interesting.
I do my best to F it up by trying to describe it as much as I can, so I'll go ahead and do that. Our society has been in a mental health crisis, and it's been stagnating. A large portion of people treated with traditional antidepressants don't see benefit. Psychedelics are the only drug class that I know of where you have not just one or two, but lots of stories of people saying they took this thing one time and they say it had this profound impact on the course of their entire life. They really exploded on the scene in the 1960s and were associated with some really radical changes to society that really scared a lot of people. I think now society is more ready to kind of accept these compounds and the whole picture of them. I'm Matt Johnson. I'm a professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins. I study drugs, principally psychedelics. It's hard to imagine a more interdisciplinary topic in the realm of drugs than psychedelics. They've apparently been used for time immemorial throughout many different cultures on the planet. Carrie Mullis won the Nobel Prize inventing PCR, which revolutionized biology.
By the way, guys,
he said he wouldn't have been able to do that had he not had experience in taking psychedelics.
I have a sponsorship going on right now. We are going to be playing Roblox. I think it should be accurate in the bio. Let me just make sure though, so you guys aren't clicking on the wrong links. I think that link in chat is good. Let me just see. Edit panels. Where is my Roblox sponsorship? I thought it was on here. I guess it's not. I guess I have to add it. Add image. Download Roblox. Submit. Okay, I think it should be good in the Twitch bio now. Yeah, so go to twitch.tv/CassieCatnip and the Roblox thing will be in the Twitch bio. Can I play on mobile for this? I wonder. But how would I capture my phone? I need to figure that out. Yeah, it says scan using your phone to download the game. Interesting. Let me see what this does. I might play on the computer for the stream though, but you guys can download it for mobile. Lizard. see if this went through. Did that count? Set up and prepare. Chatbot enabled. Copy link to OBS.
Move into the arts, and then, I mean, gosh, I mean, who
Sorry,
hasn't
it's been a minute
heard
since I did a
of
sponsorship.
musicians and other artists claiming that psychedelics had a profound impact on their creativity? There's the Beatles before LSD, and then there's the Beatles after LSD. That's a big shift. The initial big wave of that scientific interest for psychedelics was in the 1950s. So this was about a decade after Albert Hofmann had first discovered the psychoactive properties of LSD. There was a group in Maryland called the Spring Grove Group, a lot of early research there, particularly with cancer patients. But I would say one of the most important groups in the history of this work was led by Abram Halfer and Humphrey Osmond in Saskatchewan, Canada. They were really the first group that I would say developed what we now call psychedelic therapy. There was this growing appreciation of some of the risks and the safeguards needed to minimize those risks, but not every investigator was aware of this. There was some unethical research, some wild research. There was controversy surrounding Timothy Leary, especially after he was fired from Harvard.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Psychedelics became so associated with the counterculture. Society was, in a sense, traumatized. It all came to a halt. I mean, there were researchers that were running sessions and got the notices they just had to stop. The rug is pulled out for decades before there's a reinitiation. The research that's happening now, a lot of it is exploring medical applications. These are all drugs that can have a profound effect on one's sense of reality, including one's sense of self. I think kind of the only bet you can make is that if you have the dose high enough, something really interesting is gonna happen. You might find yourself in your mind's eye, soaring in the heavens, the secrets of the universe seemingly revealed to you. On the other hand, 5 seconds later, it might collapse into what folks call a bad trip, where one could feel like they're gonna die. It's sort of this like massive shakeup in one's experience of reality. I'm floored when people with really substantial life experience will say things like, this was the most meaningful experience of their life. Compared to the intensity of the subjective effects, it's remarkable how little impact these substances have on physiology. You know, your heart rate, your blood pressure, everything has its risk, to be clear. But compared to other drug classes, psychedelics are really robustly safe at the physiological level. My therapeutic research with psychedelics has primarily used psilocybin, which is the agent in magic mushrooms. The dose we now give to patients is anywhere from 30 milligrams to 40 milligrams, which Terence McKenna, who's the famous psychedelic bard, would refer to repeatedly as the heroic dose. If a microdose is over here and a recreational dose is over here, we're way over here. When someone comes in for the day of their psychedelic session, they've already spent several hours with us on previous days preparing for the experience, developing that rapport. We know that all drugs are in part shaped by the context in which they're given, but for the psychedelic substances, that's particularly more so. So when you provide it in more of a warm, welcoming situation, you tend to get more meaningful reactions to the substance. When the experience unfolds, the person is going to lay down, wear eye shades and headphones through which music is played. So the idea is kind of get out of your normal, everyday, discursive, analyzing intellect. We really just encourage them to trust, let go, and be open. Trust the overall process. Going into this type of treatment is not easy at all. Trust yourself that you're robust. You're going to get through this experience. Let go. What does let go mean? Let go means whatever your preconceived notions of what this experience might be or what experience you should have, don't let that get in the way for the experience that you will have. Don't try to control it, and be open. No matter where this takes you, go there. Whatever the experience is, take the orientation of, this is what I need to deal with. The range of experiences are just so broad. You can swing from a terrifying experience to this beatific, sort of like most amazing experience of your life. Some people could feel like they've reached the end of reality, this kind of plane of existence. Others say that they can feel the suffering across the entire planet, sort of having this sort of experience of universal empathy. It's all welcome. The laughter, the tears, everything in between. That's exactly what this process is for. So the integration phase is where we're discussing the experience with them, and the themes that come up are so varied. One of the aspects you could call revealed truth. And I call these duh moments. These are experiences where people will feel like they've learned something at such a fundamental level. I think of examples in our work we've done with cancer patients where oftentimes people will say, I'm allowing this to create my own suffering. The cancer hasn't killed me yet. I can still live life, but I'm letting it do this to me. They knew it up here. They could tell you the words, but now they feel it in their bones. They feel it in their heart. People are reminded about this power they have to choose their own destiny. Some people come out of these sessions as participants and say that, 1 6-hour experience with psilocybin is like 1,000 hours of therapy. But one of the pitfalls of this clinical work is that you'd be hard-pressed to find a more intimate and vulnerable psychological intervention for a person. That's just a situation that is ripe for abuses if we don't have the right safeguards. Because of that vulnerability, because of the incredible gravity of these sessions, we need to even more tenaciously cling to clinical boundaries. We need to limit the use of therapeutic touch. A subtler form of abuse is just filling in the blanks for people. I call it the guru complex. People often confront big picture questions. What is the meaning of life? Does God exist? What's the big picture of everything that's going on? What am I? On those metaphysical questions, we really have to be silent. In the biggest picture, aside from psychedelics' ability to treat one disorder or another, I think they're just poised to really help us to understand the nature of psychiatric disorders. What commonalities do they have with each other that are somehow being addressed by psychedelic treatment? I kind of think of all of these disorders as different forms of addiction. So whether it's to a substance like tobacco or alcohol, cocaine, or a way of thinking about yourself, it's this narrowed mental and behavioral repertoire. Reality used to be like this, and now your reality is like this. And psychedelics, when done well, in the right setting, had the ability to just blow people out of that narrowed story. It holds a lot of promise in helping us figure out what it takes for the human being to be mentally healthy.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers.
Over the past few years, a new wave of scientific research into psilocybin mushrooms has produced some truly amazing findings. Study after study have been demonstrating that psilocybin has incredible potential in treating a broad range of mental illnesses. But just how long have humans been consuming psilocybin mushrooms? In what ways did our ancestors use this substance, and what can we learn from the traditions of the past? All these questions and more coming up. Welcome back to the Myco Meditations YouTube channel. My name is Jonas and I'm a facilitator here at Myco Meditations. And in this video, we'll be looking at the ancient history of psilocybin use. It's pretty amazing to think that at one point in the distant past, one of our ancestors was the very first person to consume psilocybin mushrooms. We can only imagine what that was like, or when or where that occurred, but there's actually an entire field of study dedicated to this topic. It's called ethnomycology, the study of the historical uses and sociological impact of fungi. Ethnomycologists have uncovered some really incredible archaeological evidence that humans have been consuming psychedelic mushrooms
pretty good. Thanks
for
for
many
asking.
thousands of years
About to make
all
another cup
over
of
the
tea, I
globe.
think.
For example, one of the oldest representations of mushrooms was discovered in Africa in cave paintings at Tassili, Algeria. These images are dated to between 7,000 to 9,000 years old and depict several scenes involving mushrooms. One image displays several figures holding up mushrooms in their right hands, and we can see parallel dotted lines connecting each mushroom to the top of the figures' heads, possibly portraying the mushrooms as a source of knowledge. In another image, a large masked figure is shown with mushrooms growing from its hands, forearms, and thighs. Traveling over to Spain, the Selva Pascuala mural provides some of the earliest evidence of psychedelic mushroom use in Europe. This image was created about 6,000 years ago, and we can see what appear to be a row of mushrooms painted onto the rock, which may indicate that these mushrooms were honored and regarded as extremely important. In Australia, we find even older depictions of mushrooms and mushroom-like figures at the Bradshaw rock art, dated to 10,000 BCE, which is more than twice the age of Stonehenge. And here we can see what appear to be several figures with mushroom-shaped heads. Traveling over to Siberia, a region that's home to the Amanita muscaria mushroom, we find the Pegtamel petroglyphs, estimated to be around 3,000 years old, where once again we can see several figures with mushroom-shaped heads, which are similar in shape to the Bradshaw rock art all the way over in Australia. And it's interesting to note some of these similarities in the mushroom
Okay, we're gonna watch
from all over
a
the
little
world.
bit more of this and maybe another video, and then I think we're gonna play Roblox for a little
we can
bit.
only take our best guess as to what these ancient artists really intended to communicate. However, traveling to Mexico and Central America, we can say with much greater certainty that the use of psychoactive mushrooms was very prevalent in Mesoamerican societies for thousands of years. Archaeological evidence indicates that the ancient Olmec, Zapotec, Mayan, and Aztec societies consumed hallucinogenic mushrooms as a sacrament in their shamanic and religious ceremonies. For example, in Guatemala, we've discovered more than 200 of these so-called mushroom stones, some dating back to around 3,000 years ago. Researchers believe that these stones were used in shamanic rituals as part of an ancient Mayan mushroom cult. The Aztecs also consumed mushrooms, which they referred to as Teonanacatl, which roughly translates to flesh of the gods, indicating once again that this substance was revered and treated as extremely sacred and important. All throughout Central America, we've discovered thousands of sculptures over the years featuring images of mushrooms, which is evidence of continued ritualistic use of mushrooms over the span of many centuries. So after reviewing all of this evidence, it's interesting to note how far-reaching this ancient mushroom art is. I mean, it goes without saying that this video hasn't even begun to scratch the surface, and yet already we've traveled to many corners of the globe from Africa to Australia to Siberia to Mexico. And in all accounts, the mushroom was clearly honored as a symbol of great importance. It's safe to say that psychedelic mushrooms have been consumed for many thousands of years as tools for healing and transformation. As a result, it's likely that these psychedelic mushrooms have played a significant role in our collective social and cultural evolution as a species. In fact, the famous researcher and psychonaut Terence McKenna theorized in his stoned ape theory that hundreds of thousands of years ago, psychedelic mushrooms may have served as a catalyst for the development of the human brain and higher cognitive functions. And whether or not that's true, this has been a core part of the human experience for many thousands of years. This is part of our collective inheritance, and it really invites reflection on the question of why are psilocybin mushrooms illegal in most modern societies across the globe? And as we look towards the future of psilocybin and psychedelic-assisted therapies, especially at this juncture, at this point in human history, it seems more important than ever that we continue to reflect on our past, on our ancient roots, and learn from the wisdom of our ancestors. Thanks for tuning into this video. If you enjoyed this, please do like, subscribe, and follow Myco Meditations on our social media accounts, as we'll be making many more videos just like this one. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one.
Psychedelic mushrooms have increased incredibly in popularity in the last few years. Microdosing, macrodosing, hero-dosing. In the news, we find promises that these mushrooms can cure depression and anxiety and can even help us be more productive. But what is actually happening inside of these mythical organisms? I'm Jasper Degenaar from the Academy, and I've been growing psilocybin mushrooms for over 12 years. And since 2019, I've got tens of thousands of microfiles from all over the world about these extraordinary organisms. Psilocybin. It all started in a Santos lab in Switzerland when Albert Hofmann, the same man responsible for the creation of LSD-25, got sent some interesting mushrooms from Mexico by a controversial amateur mycologist with ties to the CIA. More on him later. While studying the mushrooms, he isolated two molecules that he deemed responsible for the psychoactive effect of these sacred mushrooms. He named these molecules psilocybin and psilocin after the genus of his specimens. The genus psilocybe, meaning the underwhelming psilo, bear, and cybe, head, bear-headed mushrooms, psilocybe mushrooms, belonging to this genus grow all over the world, and most members are capable of producing these wonderful molecules that we know and love. Albert's specimens are known as Psilocybe mexicana, also known as Teotonanecatl, Los Niños Santos, or Pajaritos. These were the most sacred mushrooms to Maria Sabina and other Mazatec curanderos in the mountains of Oaxaca, and other healers of indigenous population of the Mesoamerican highlands. Maria Sabina was a powerful medicine woman, known as a sabia, belonging to a line of indigenous wisdom keepers who kept the sacred cultural use of psychedelic mushrooms alive despite hundreds of years of colonization and active efforts of the church to eradicate these practices. In the 1950s, she was visited by American banker and CIA operative Gordon Wasson, who wrote an article in Time magazine called Seeking the Magic Mushroom. By sharing her culture with Gordon Wasson, Maria Sabina unknowingly helped start a massive migration of North Americans into her sacred lands that left the mountains of Oaxaca, and Maria Sabina's life changed forever. After giving the mushrooms to Gordon Wasson, the spirit of the mushrooms stopped talking to her. Her community ostracized her, burned her house, and led to the death of one of her sons. Her generous sharing of her tradition with a stranger led to betrayal and upheaval. Although many people, including Gordon Wasson, made fortunes from these mushrooms, Maria Sabina died in poverty in 1985, suffering from malnutrition later in life. But as the tragedy of the neo-colonialistic hunt for these mushrooms continued in the mountains of Oaxaca, people started finding out that these mushrooms don't only grow in Mexico. Currently, there are about 165 species of psilocybe known to science. Interestingly enough, you see memes flying around like, magic mushrooms grow from shit, so can you. But in reality, most psychoactive mushrooms do not grow from shit at all. Globally, you have a higher chance of finding these mushrooms on wood chips, large grasslands, or mossy forest floors than you have finding them on dung. Psilocybe cubensis and Psilocybe atlantis are the only mushrooms in the genus Psilocybe that I am aware of that grow in dung, and most people haven't even heard of Psilocybe atlantis. Before we dive deep into Psilocybe cubensis and its alkaloids, I want to talk about the other genera that produce these alkaloids. Although the psilocybes are the most abundant magic mushroom by far, through horizontal gene transfer, the ability to produce psilocybin and other active compounds present in these mushrooms has passed over to other genera. Most notably, some mushrooms in the genus Panaeolus. These also grow in cow dung, but are significantly smaller and sometimes referred to as blue meanies. Laughing gyms are a dozen or so species of mushroom belonging to the genus Gymnopilus that have been found to contain psilocybin and psilocin as well. There are also mushrooms in the genera Pluteus, Canosope, Inosope, Folitona, and even a single mushroom in the genus Galerina that has been found with these psychedelic alkaloids. The latter is best avoided since a close family member of Galerina, Steglici, is not known as the deadly Galerina for nothing. Although there are over 200 species of psychedelic mushrooms in the wild, if you ever had a psychedelic mushroom experience, it is very likely you've only ever had one species of mushroom. And that species is Psilocybe cubensis, also known as the magic mushroom, shroom, golden halo, cube, gold cap, golden teacher, San Isidro, or as we call them in the Netherlands, the paddo. And not to forget the hundreds, if not thousands of strains that have emerged from cultivating this mushroom. Some examples are B positive, McKennae, penis envy, tidal wave, hillbilly, enigma, and I could keep going here for a while. All these varieties belonging to only one species of mushroom, and that's Psilocybe cubensis. Psilocybe cubensis was first described in 1906 in Cuba. But unlike the name suggests, P. cubensis actually grows all over the tropics and the subtropics of our planet. I have personally found them in Southeast Asia, Australia, and Central America, but I know that people have found them from sub-Saharan Africa to India and even in the southeast of the United States. Although there seems to be large morphological differences, a study published in December 2023 showcased that cultivated cubensis specimens showed less genetic diversity than their wild counterparts. In popular terms, a cube is a cube. Although there is something to be said about albino varieties being higher in concentration of active alkaloids, as is showcased by psilocybin cups, competitions that are held to reward the grower of the most potent mushroom. Maybe you have heard of penis envy being strong, golden teacher being mellow, hillbilly being good for walks through the forests, be positive being good for telepathically connecting to your pets or whatever else people have come up with these days. Although these stories can be comforting for some or frightening to others, there's absolutely no scientific backing for any of these statements, and even the most veteran mushroom eaters are unlikely to tell one variety from another, so take all of these stories with a grain of salt. And remember, a cube is a cube. So, why do these organisms create these alkaloids? How do they work on our brain, and what's in it for the mushroom? In January 2024, researchers completed the biggest genomic diversity for the genus Psilocybe and found that the genus originated significantly sooner than previously thought. Around 65 million years ago, when T-Rex was possibly still ruling the earth, the genus arose, and with them, the genes capable of producing our beloved alkaloids. That raised the question, did dinosaurs get high on the same alkaloids as we have been? For the old school meme lords out there, the Velociraptor might have actually existed. The giant meteor that soon followed unfortunately wiped any Velociraptor off the face of the earth before they could figure out democracy.
Psychedelic or magic mushrooms have been ingested by humans for over 9,000 years. Even today, this naturally grown fungus is commonly used as a recreational drug, causing hallucinations. But how exactly does it work? The main psychoactive ingredient in shrooms is called psilocybin. When ingested, the body breaks it down into the active drug psilocin, which makes its way to the brain. And here it begins to prevent the reuptake of the neurotransmitter serotonin, increasing its activity. On top of this, psilocin actually has a similar chemical structure to serotonin, meaning it can also bind to and stimulate receptors in the brain. This amplified stimulation causes you to perceive and experience things without any real stimulus, also known as hallucination. These can be of a varying nature, from visual to auditory sensations or mystical and insightful feelings. And while the experience can be quite enjoyable, some users have reported very unpleasant episodes. These feelings generally last between 3 to 8 hours, but could feel much longer as the drug alters your sense of time. Scientists have also suggested that the brain may temporarily rearrange itself by inhibiting normal brain activity and immediately creating new biologically stable brain connections. This ultimately makes it harder to determine reality from fantasy and amplifies your intensity of thought, which makes planning ahead and self-conscious thinking almost impossible. We also see activation in the hippocampus and anterior cingulate cortex, which are associated with dreaming. Finally, specific emotional regions of the brain are chemically activated, which can lead to a sense of expanding consciousness. And because the drug temporarily alters the paths in your brain, thinking outside the box becomes extremely natural. In a famous US study, 36 college-educated participants were given psilocybin and observed in a laboratory. 1/3 of the participants reported the experience as the single most spiritually significant moment in their lives, with 2/3 putting it in their top 5. 2 months after taking the drug, 79% of the participants reported increased well-being and satisfaction. Friends and family were also interviewed and agreed with these claims. But it's not all so positive. 22% of the clinically tested individuals experienced fear and paranoia at certain points during their trip. And because of the state of their brains, these typically manifested as terrifying and uncontrollable hallucinations. Though much is still unknown about shrooms, they're not considered clinically addictive and cause little toxicity to other organ systems. In fact, a UK study found that they caused the least amount of damage, both to the individual and to others, when compared to other recreational drugs. Ultimately, scientists believe that the laws need to change around clinical testing of the drug so advanced research can be executed to fully understand both the positive and negative effects that this magic fungus has on our brain. And if you haven't seen our video on the science behind Type A versus Type B personalities, you can check it out on our second channel, ASAP Thought, link in the description. And subscribe for more weekly science videos.
Of it alkaloids. That raised the question, did dinosaurs North Americans into our sacred lands that left the mountains of Oaxaca and Maria Sabina's life?
These experiences are often called.
I recommend a healthy dose of psilocybin mushrooms. And I'm glad they're against the law. You know what happened when I took them? I laid in a field of green grass for 4 hours, going, my God, I love everything.
Psilocybin mushrooms are magical fungi that grow all around the world, even before Jesus was riding dinosaurs. Unlike most psychedelics, the psilocybin mushroom is a complete entheogen, meaning that you don't need to mix, match, cook, or extract it to receive its full effects. It just grows from the ground, ready to go, mate. Some evidence would suggest that the use of psilocybin mushrooms date back to 9,000 years ago, based on the art at the Tassili caves in Africa. The most common use for psilocybin mushrooms in ancient cultures was for spiritual healing and to communicate with the gods. However, not everybody was using mushrooms for benevolent purposes. Some written observations account the malevolent use of the mushroom among the Montezumanic people. Allegedly, during the emperor's coronation ceremony, many prisoners were sacrificed, had their flesh eaten and their hearts removed. Those who were invited guests to the feast ate mushrooms, which Diego Duran describes as causing those who ate them to go insane and many to take their lives. After the Spanish conquest, Catholic missionaries deemed all hallucinogenic demonic plants and fungi as demonic tools basically, which eventually diminished the religious use of magic mushrooms, at least in mainstream culture. But despite this, mushrooms were still used in some remote areas. Psilocybin mushrooms were later rediscovered in the West in the late 1950s by mycologist Gordon Wasson. He participated in a mushroom ceremony with Maria Sabina, a Mexican shaman who first introduced magic mushrooms, also known as the children, to the modern world. So basically, if it wasn't for her, we probably wouldn't know about shrooms today. So Wasson then collected the spores of the mushroom, took them to Paris, which was later cultivated in Europe, and its primary ingredient, psilocybin, was isolated in the laboratory by Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann in 1958. And the rest is history. Now, many people leave out that later in life, Maria Sabina actually regretted introducing mushrooms to Wasson and ended up being ostracized from her community. She became bitter about her many misfortunes and how others had profited from her name. She felt that the ceremony of magic mushrooms had been irredeemably polluted by the hedonistic use of mushrooms. From the moment the foreigners arrived, the holy children lost their purity, they lost their force, they ruined them. Henceforth, they will no longer work. There is no remedy for it. Before Wasson, nobody took the children simply to find God. They were always taken to cure the sick. In 1957, Wasson wrote the famous Life magazine article Seeking the Magic Mushroom, which ended up inspiring psychedelic advocate Timothy Leary, who funded the Harvard Psilocybin Project with Richard Albert, now known as Ram Dass, promoting the psychological and religious study of psilocybin and other psychedelic drugs. For those who don't know, Leary was one of the most infamous leaders of the hippie counterculture movement, which the government revolted against with the war on drugs and eventually banned any further research on psychedelic drugs, making them highly illegal substances.
There is nothing smart, there is nothing grown up or sophisticated in taking an LSD trip at all. They're just being complete fools. Anyone that would engage in this or indulge in this is just a plain fool.
Psilocybin and psilocin are now listed as Schedule 1 drugs under the United Nations.
You know what makes someone a
1971
fool?
Convention.
Being a politician. To be real with you guys. I've met some, people who take mushrooms much wiser than politicians, okay?
On psychotropic substances. Schedule 1 drugs are defined as substances with a high potential for abuse or have no recognized medical uses. After a 40-year hiatus on psychedelic research, there has since been a psychedelic renaissance in the scientific community and mainstream culture.
Something's going on. The culture is ready to have this conversation. I really think we're at an inflection point right now, and I didn't see it coming.
Nowadays, psychedelics such as psilocybin mushrooms have been recognized by the medical community as a legitimate medicine that can have
Wait, what does he
profound
mean he
effect.
didn't see it coming? I saw this shit coming. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not even somebody, like, writing about it. But I feel like if you're writing about it, the intention should be for this to happen, right? Because I don't think that much of the general public, like, during, like, the 1960s, like, looked down upon mushrooms until politicians started telling them they should look down upon mushrooms. You know what I mean? Like, I think everyone's kind of been ready for the, or well, not everyone, but like a good majority, like the silent majority of people have been ready for this to like be talked about for a long time. You know what I mean? It's like, to say no one expected this, it's like, it's about fucking time. Like, it never should have been treated the way that it was, in my opinion, you know? Anyways. Dun, 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 dun.
When used in the right context, particularly for treating mental illness. And this can sound absolutely insane when you first hear this. It's like, yeah, alright mate, I'm sure taking drugs is gonna help me with my mental health. Bloody hippies. But if you take a closer look at the research, you'll quickly discover that there's actually something to this. It's not just idiots like me making silly claims. There are actual legitimate scientists from respected institutions such as the Johns Hopkins University, MAPS, and Imperial College London that have conducted studies suggesting that psychedelics such as psilocybin, ayahuasca, and ibogaine can significantly help with mental illness, drug addiction, and even existential dread, among others. And the results are looking very promising. Unlike other classes of drugs such as alcohol, caffeine, heroin, or crystal meth, psilocybin mushrooms work very differently. For example, when you consume alcohol or nicotine, you know exactly what you're in for, since these drugs have a very specific mechanism. But psychedelics like psilocybin have a non-specific amplifying effect on human consciousness, which results in vastly different experiences from person to person. Sometimes life-transformative mystical experiences, and other times a complete psychotic breakdown. But as Joseph Campbell once said, the psychotic drowns in the same waters in which the mystic swims with delight. And this is exactly why set and setting is so crucial for these type of experiences, and why these tools are not for everybody.
Jung told people, he talked about mescaline and LSD in the context of Huxley's introduction of those substances into the Western world. The first thing he said is, beware of unearned wisdom. It's like, yeah, man, that's great. And he also said, you have to be very careful about entering the realm of the gods, because you end up with a responsibility that might be more crushing than you can tolerate. I've never read anyone who wrote wiser words about the dangers of psychedelic use than that, because he didn't say, well, none of this is real. He said, it's more real than you want it to be, and so watch the hell out.
When ingested, psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, quickly metabolizes into psilocin, which acts as a 5-HT, 2A, 2C, and 1A agonist. Now, in English, this means that psilocybin attaches to our serotonin receptors, similar to a key fitting a lock. Serotonin, which is primarily found in the body's stomach and intestines, is the chemical responsible for regulating mood, visuals, decision-making, sleep, and digestion. Physically speaking, psilocybin mushrooms are virtually non-toxic and anti-addictive. In other words, it's almost impossible to physically die from consuming mushrooms and to develop a physical dependence. I mean, it's not very often you hear of a shroom addict. Gotta see those fractals, man! However, psychologically, this is another story. But at the end of the day, this really comes down to the individual's mental state and the environment one trips in. The mushroom experience is notorious for giving you access to the unconscious, which of course results in different experiences since everyone has a unique mind. Maybe this is why quote-unquote bad trips can be so terrifying, because they can show you repressed aspects of your psyche, which can be quite uncomfortable, especially if you've been running away from your shadow your whole life. And this is why building the foundation of your mind is of utmost importance. Similar to most psychedelics, mushrooms are a perfect example of extreme polarity within the human experience, especially at high doses. In fact, many times a mushroom trip can either take you to heaven or hell, sometimes both within the same trip. However, I do want to distinguish a bad trip from a challenging trip. A challenging trip, which may be perceived as horrific at the time, can actually produce long-term benefits when integrated, whereas a bad trip can cause severe psychological damage, which may not be super common, but it definitely does happen, which needs to be acknowledged. We can't always pull a Leary and blindly worship the mushroom gods. We must stay critical and see things as they are. I mean, let's not forget that it's this sort of reckless behavior that fueled the prohibition of psychedelics in the first place. In the best case scenarios, psilocybin has helped people with clinical depression, cluster headaches, bipolar syndrome, OCD, nicotine addiction, and even existential despair, which in some cases results in literally saving lives. Now, in the worst case scenarios, mushrooms can do quite the opposite and actually trigger PTSD, depression, and existential despair. Some people have developed full-blown psychosis, which they never recovered from, and others have even taken their own life. Psychedelics are no joke, and remember that we are just at the infancy stage of psychedelic research. There's still a lot that we don't know, but what we can say is that psychedelics are incomprehensibly strange and ineffable.
I believe that there's a transcendent ethic, and I do believe that it touches on the metaphysical. I believe people experience that because people are perfectly capable of having unutterably profound religious experiences. And the naturalistic materialists don't know what the hell to do with that. They have no idea what to do with that fact. Say, well, it's delusional. It's like, well, hang on a sec. People who have those experiences appear to be more successful and healthier. It's like, so exactly in what manner is that delusional?
One of the most famous psilocybin studies was conducted.
Okay, I actually not disagree. For once, okay, so I've heard some things that Jordan Peterson has said, and I'm like, I don't agree with that, right? That I agree with what he just said. I have some friends that like Jordan Peterson, and for a while I was like, how? Okay, I see it. But there are some things that he's said that intellectually, like, I completely disagree with, and just are, I don't know, kind of callous and arrogant, but what he just said, I agree with.
Can occasion a mystical experience. In this study, 2/3 of the participants reported that the psilocybin session was among the top 5 most spiritually significant experiences of their life. And mind you, this is up there with the birth of their first child and the death of a parent. 1/3 of them even ranked it at the very top. And this is unprecedented in the psychiatric field.
And I spent a lot of time talking to patients, many of whom were dying, about how this single high-dose psilocybin experience, a guided psilocybin experience, the image people have is popping some mushrooms in your mouth and maybe going to a concert or going to the beach, but this is a very controlled internal experience, completely reset these people's attitude toward death and allowed them to die with equanimity. It was one of the most effective psychiatric interventions that these psychiatrists had ever seen.
Now, of course, we must note that all of these studies carefully screen their patients and make sure it's in a very controlled environment with professional practitioners that help the participants before, during, and after their psilocybin experience, which isn't exactly how most people trip on mushrooms in the real world. There's a big difference between consuming a carefully measured dose of psilocybin with a psychologist in a controlled environment and just taking mushroom caps in a festival, which is obviously a very unpredictable environment. And at the end of the day, it's the integration phase, which is even more important than the trip itself. As I've stated before, mushrooms are an extremely polarizing power tool. It can be used practically, such as building a house, or destructively, like accidentally chopping your arm off. This is why it could be wise to work your way up and safely learn how to use the basic tools first, i.e. meditation, exercise, diet, shadow work, etc. The scientific research behind psilocybin is looking very promising, especially because it's unlike any class of compounds on Earth. And just like any profound technology, it has the potential to be used towards the good of mankind, particularly in the mental health scene, if used responsibly, of course. And more people are anxious, depressed, and committing suicide more than ever before in recorded history, so obviously something needs to change here. Perhaps we can consider opening up therapeutic centers with professional guides that administer psychedelics for those who wish to safely consume them. But we must also stay super vigilant when approaching these powerful tools which demand respect. They may be all fun and games in the lower doses, but if you use mushrooms irresponsibly, they may not be such a fun guy. Psilocybin has the potential to help you step outside yourself and observe life from a different perspective. And I don't think I'm just speaking for myself when I say that these life-transforming trips can result in gaining compassion, insight, and self-knowledge that we as a human race so desperately need during these turbulent times. And the most mind-boggling thing about psilocybin is that you only really need to do it once or twice in your lifetime, and it can really stay with you for the rest of your life. Now, of course, I'm not saying go out to your local forest and munch on these mushrooms. If you're not prepared and go overboard with these drugs, you can really mess yourself up and lose grip of reality and develop solipsism and derealization and things like this. However, with the responsible use of psilocybin, these compounds can transform not only the mental health scene, but how we view consciousness altogether. Like Stan Grof once said, psychedelics used responsibly and with proper caution would be for psychiatry what the microscope is for biology and medicine, or the telescope is for astronomy. And for obvious reasons, making nature illegal has never ended well. I think it's our birthright to have the freedom to explore our own consciousness, as long as we're not hurting anybody else. Unbiased education is the key here, not throwing people in cages because they prefer a different drug than you do. But whether you're for or against psychedelics, I think we can all agree that psilocybin has an incredibly profound effect on human consciousness. And I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that we're barely scratching the surface here.
I don't think there is much doubt about it for you and me, for many of us, that at least psychedelic chemicals, not all drugs, but psychedelic chemicals, have a capacity to cut through places where you are attached and clinging, to set them aside and show you a possibility. The problem is that they don't allow you to become the possibility, they only show you the possibility. Then after a few hours, you lose the view of the possibility and you have it only as a memory. And I would be a hypocrite if I knocked drugs. At the same moment, let me point out that it is not a full pie. And once you know the possibility, you might as well get on with it. Getting on with it means cleaning out the places that you have the attachments, not overriding them. And what chemicals do is they override them. And finally, you get so greedy to be done that you just start to want to deal with your shit rather than pushing it under the rug all the time. And at that point, you start to Not try to get high, but work with your lows. And then drugs lose their savor or their pull. For some people, they could be useful, but I don't believe that for anybody that's able to sit in this room and know what I'm talking about, they are any longer necessary.
What if you could alter your perception of time and space? Experience what it feels like to be someone or something else, a tree, a lizard, or even a laugh. What if you could rewire your mind and take in the world anew like children do? What if psychedelics, the compounds you may know as magic mushrooms, mescaline, acid, ayahuasca, and MDMA, among others, what if they were the change agents to help you do all of this? Here's the question. Would you be interested in taking that trip, even if that trip might be terrifying, revealing things you just never wanted to see? Well, Wall Street is already betting on it, fueled by an explosion of groundbreaking psychedelic research that is revolutionizing therapeutic approaches to depression, PTSD, substance abuse, anxiety, and end-of-life care. The hope is that soon we can better understand how psychedelics work, not only to treat depression, but also possibly to enhance the lives of the well.
You know, religions are started through psychedelics. Recent research has sparked a controversial debate about the possible connection between this pivotal event of Moses speaking with God himself, the great I Am, and the use of a psychedelic.
These fungi have been giving us humans mind-expanding trips for millennia. They grow all over the planet, but are illegal almost anywhere you go. During the Spanish Inquisition, they were even denounced as a tool of the devil. But today we know there's much more nuance to these magical mushies. This is the psilocybin mushroom.
I hope my dad's watching this stream, honestly.
Hey, I'm Tasha the Amazon, and you're watching.
They discriminated against me for my interest in psilocybin, so I want them to watch this. I hope they do someday.
Psilocybin mushrooms, better known as magic mushrooms, mushrooms, or shrooms.
Psilocybin mushrooms actually refer to about 200 different species of mushrooms that grow all over the world.
When eaten, psilocybin mushrooms cause a psychedelic effect that's experienced as hallucinations, euphoria, altered thinking, and changes in perception and mood.
The compound in magic mushrooms that make them so magical is their namesake, psilocybin. Once ingested, the liver converts this compound into another called psilocin. Psilocin molecules are almost the exact same shape as serotonin, the neurotransmitter that regulates mood. Because they're so similar, psilocin can dock itself into the serotonin receptors in the brain, causing euphoria and all the other common psychedelic effects I mentioned.
Fungi are the primary source of naturally occurring psychedelics in the world, and the most potent of them belong to the genus psilocybe.
Despite the power they pack to send you sailing on a riverboat ride through your own mind, these little brown mushrooms are quite understated at first glance. But bruise or crush them, and most species of this genus will turn a characteristic deep blue.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing a mushroom turn blue sounds like what happens after you eat these psychedelics.
To fathom hell or soar angelic, just take a pinch of psychedelic, wrote psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond to author Aldous Huxley after coining the term in 1956. The word psychedelic comes from the Greek psyche, for mind, and delos, to show. And that idea of looking inward has fascinated us humans for millennia.
Indigenous communities in the Americas have been using psilocybin mushrooms for thousands of years.
Hi, GG7.
And for medicinal purposes. The Aztecs called these sacred mushrooms astonishing gifts from the gods.
During the Spanish Inquisition, which began in 1478 and was created to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, all cultural practices involving indigenous belief systems were outlawed in lands that Spaniards invaded. They promptly mistranslated the Aztec name to flesh of gods, and these sacred mushrooms were instantly declared blasphemous and a tool of the devil.
This gift of the gods was forced underground for hundreds of years. Yet another victim of violent colonialism.
Its common use today is similarly thanks to exploitation, but this time it came about through cultural appropriation. Mainstream popularity of mushrooms began after the publication of a Life magazine article in 1957 by a former banker that detailed the sacred mushroom rituals of the Mazatec people of Mexico.
Despite promising his guide that he wouldn't share the secrets of that ritual, he published anyway. And interest in this hallucinogenic mushroom instantly spiked.
Just 2 years later, Sandoz Pharmaceutical had isolated, synthesized, and patented the extraction process of psilocybin.
That Life magazine article, which actually coined the term magic mushroom, inadvertently made psilocybin mushrooms an instant counterculture success, beloved by the hippies of the 60s.
This then directly led to mushrooms being included in the Controlled Substances Act of 1970 in the United States and being classified a Schedule I drug. Schedule I, which includes heroin, LSD, ecstasy, and marijuana, means that magic mushrooms are characterized as having high potential for abuse with no medicinal use.
Despite being classified as a Schedule I drug, it's difficult to overuse mushrooms, and physical and psychological dependence are essentially unheard of.
Mushrooms have low toxicity and are generally well tolerated. A 2016 study found that of 12,000 users, only 24 reported having to seek emergency medical care after taking mushrooms.
Overdose for some drugs means death. But in the case of shrooms, overdose can be described as a very, very bad trip.
Expect intense and terrifying hallucinations, panic attacks, vomiting, diarrhea, paranoia, and sometimes even psychosis. An overdose usually lasts 6 to 8 hours, but can take upwards of several days to completely fade.
Other meetups and just broke several rules and barriers.
I'm watching a TikTok.
A bunch of security officers assaulted her and then walked off. They did not find him or look for him for hours, and it took the woman who was assaulted's managers and their team harassing TwitchCon to find this assailant and kick them out. He walked out of the venue with a 30-day ban from Twitch, and that is all. You can watch Twitch if you're banned. They were unbelievably negligent for their creator safety and the safety of the people at TwitchCon. The CEO went in an interview, blamed the creator, her community, and her moderators for not protecting their community.
In many ways, since you control your community, you can make it so that those people that you don't want aren't there.
She was denied her private security, and the security that was there was her laughing about it later. This is a meetup that she was contractually obligated to do by Twitch. She had to be there, and Twitch denied her security and was negligent about it. After we found out about this, my team and I decided not to film at TwitchCon. If we want something to happen, it's time to get loud. Dan Clancy and TwitchCon.
Oh.
Dan Clancy and TwitchCon. Once upon a time, I was a Twitch streamer. I'm in Ohio.
Ooh. I'm gonna get banned off Twitch for showing that video, aren't I? Ooh. I love Twitch. I love Twitch. Please don't ban me. But that wasn't okay. I covered that last stream. That shit was not okay, bro. Not okay. What the fuck? Okay, back to the video. Back to our other video.
Like all hallucinogens, tolerance is built quickly. So the more you take, the more you'll need to take next time to experience the same result. This increases the risk of overdose, since the potency of mushrooms can vary.
Actually, the biggest risk in taking shrooms is accidentally ingesting a poisonous species, which outnumbers psilocybin-containing mushrooms about 10 to 1.
While other toxic mushrooms may also give you a trip, they can cause anything from gastrointestinal distress to kidney failure, depending on the species.
The long and the short of it is that mushrooms will probably not be the cause of your untimely passing. In fact, they may even help terminal cancer patients cope with the knowledge of their impending death.
Researchers at Johns Hopkins Medicine compared the psychedelic and near-death experiences.
Yeah, it was just another Twitch creator speaking out about what we were talking about last stream, what happened at TwitchCon, so...
Personal and spiritual meaning, as well as psychological insight after their respective experiences. Those results dovetail nicely with another recent study that showed that a single treatment with psilocybin in patients with life-threatening cancer created long-term decreases in depression, anxiety, and fear of death, and increases in death acceptance.
This is just the beginning of promising research looking into the treatment of a range of mental health issues using psilocybin.
Attitudes toward this banned fungus are starting to shift. as governments begin to embrace the potential medicinal and therapeutic benefits of psilocybin mushrooms. In the US, for example, psilocybin mushrooms have already been legalized in Oregon and Colorado. A handful of countries around the world also have a range of laws legalizing or decriminalizing mushrooms, while others have laws in place that are essentially unenforced.
Though they may sound like something from a Tolkien novel, magic mushrooms are not as mythical as their name implies and can be found quite easily around the world.
Two species of magic mushrooms, Psilocybe cyanescens and Psilocybe allenii, for example, love wood that already has most of its nutrients removed. This means they frequently pop up right under people's noses in the wood chips of urban gardens in the US Pacific Northwest.
These species have been called synanthropes, organisms that love places built by humans for humans. And given their long history of use, I have a feeling magic mushrooms are going to keep accompanying us on our trips. So what should we talk about next? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for new episodes every week. Bye! No mushrooms were consumed in the filming of this episode, or were they?
What's happening?
This is like...
Hundreds of millions of years ago, they began to colonize the emerging lands. Lurking inside trees and other plants, creeping through the soil, they have gradually expanded their invisible realm. Neither animals nor plants, mushrooms are part of one of the largest kingdoms in nature, the fungi kingdom. It is a diverse family, featuring giants larger than a white whale, and in far greater number, Lilliputians the size of a speck of dust. They survived the great ice ages, the waves of massive species extinction, and the advent of the first humans by developing a unique form of intelligence that has enabled them to adapt to the most extreme conditions and colonize just about every ecological environment. Now, fungi are spreading their filaments into the world's laboratories, where their prodigious talents as builders, conductors, network engineers and chemists are inspiring researchers. Some scientists already dream of harnessing the amazing capacities of these primitive yet highly sophisticated organisms to solve burning issues such as soil pollution, desertification, and even the fragility of telecommunications networks. No sooner are our backs turned than hordes of fungi invade our plates and turn even the finest dishes to mold. This vile habit probably explains why fungi have inspired such fear and disgust through the ages. Yet when some simple mold on a melon produced penicillin in the late 1930s, an event that saved millions of lives, people began to look at fungi in a different light.
I love you, Pinky. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate you. You guys inspire me too. Thank you for being here. Sorry I'm so quiet sometimes. I'm just like absorbing the information and organizing, doing other things, editing,
After
so.
decades getting to know fungi and their
It's a little
powerful
cold in here. I might
molecules
have a
very
fire in a
closely,
bit.
his mind is buzzing with ideas of how they might be used, the medical sector being only one of many. What if fungi didn't just heal humans, but the environment too?
One of my great realizations in life is that habitats have immune systems just like we do. But mushrooms are the bridges between the two. With the knowledge that we have now, and it's just not myself, but there's several thousand other mycologists around the world, we have a deep sense that these fungi and mushrooms have evolved in a way that creates sustainable habitats. And without sustainable habitats, you and I are not going to exist.
If I could teleport there, I
these
would.
mushrooms
I
have
for
a
sure would.
mothering influence
It's
in
post
creating
statement.
habitats that give us food, medicine,
Okay, give me 1 second.
and
I'm gonna...
ecosystems that are sustainable.
I think I've already seen that one actually. Amaru! What is she doing?
Now it's like we're all in an old movie or sad together. Amazing. Even Motzi is no longer orange.
Aw. Aw. The end of the mushroom boom on YouTube.
This is not my usual. Hey everybody, Rob Nelson here. Many of you have
Is my
seen
stream
me
lagging
in
by the way at
mushroom
all, guys?
videos in
I
the
think
past.
I'm having
This
graphics card
mushroom is
issues
an
because it's
amanita.
like a little bit
Pinkhorn
choppy
grows
on
all
my
around
end.
us. But
But let
think
me know
we
how
are
it is
a
on your
downward
guys'
trend.
end,
You
because
see,
I'm
this
not
is
dropping
what
any
things looked like a
frames,
few
but
years ago. There was a
it's
huge
just choppy.
upward
I
trend.
think it's
You
my
might have
graphics
seen videos
card.
I did on Amanita muscaria, mushroom retreats, reishi, cordyceps,
Last time I tried to
lion's
play a
mane, tips
video
on growing
game, it just
shiitake,
like
or maybe how the brain works, how modern science is starting to
was
look at the compounds in mushrooms
7
and see how they
FPS,
affect
which
our
was like
bodies. All of this
not
felt
good.
like the dawn of a new age on YouTube, and I was very excited about it. But lately, that is not the case. Is this just the end of people's interest in mushrooms?
They're already
Or did
decriminalized
something
in
else happen
a few
which is
places.
tanking
Where do
people's
you
interest?
live?
Unfortunately, a YouTube account was taken down.
My YouTube channel has been banned.
We don't even do anything
illegal. What?
I guess mushrooms and
Her
mushroom
YouTube
education
channel got
are
banned?
Dangerous. In other words, why or
No,
who is causing
I
this
like
downward
her.
trend
I remember
in the
watching her
mushroom
stuff.
revolution?
Oh, what the
think I
fuck? How long
figured
ago
out
did this
what it
video
is,
come up?
And I'm going to walk you
11
through it.
days
I
ago,
have
she
all
got
of the data
banned?
and all of the graphs.
No!
So let's dive right into it.
This is why I say
But
all
let me
eggs,
just
all
quickly-
baskets, all the time. Post your content. If you're a content creator, artist, teacher, whatever, post your shit everywhere because censorship is so insane. What the
Vacuum.
fuck?
I was a science educator, and then I worked for Pearson Publishing, and I created 400 videos for them. And every time I said, let's make a
Northeast,
video
it's
about
rough.
mushrooms,
Oh, United States.
the-
Okay, so hear me out. I don't think it's happened yet. I don't think it's been decriminalized or legalized yet in New Jersey. But I did go to some smoke shops, and there's people, right? And like when weed got legalized out there, you know, there's people out there working to make that happen, and or, you know, like giving information about things, you know what I mean? But when the time comes around, I'm ready. There's like, I have to ask my friend, because I have a friend of mine, he's with like the decriminalized nature movement, and he was telling me that there was like some kind of like network for different states, and a lot of states already have organizations working to do these things. So keep an eye on my Discord or social medias. When I get that information, I will share it. That's part of the reason I live where I live, because I don't even do psilocybin or anything like that like frequently, right? But to be able to live in a place where I can freely speak, because literally in the state of Minnesota, unfortunately, my blood family is using my interest in psilocybin and psychedelic medicines against me to try and take my kid from me. So I'm in a fuck situation with that, navigating that. But that's why I live in Colorado and not in Minnesota, because in Colorado there is a law called Proposition 122, I believe it is. And in that law, it is written into law that you cannot discriminate against a parent for their interest in plant medicine if it does not impede on their ability to parent. Because just a plant alone doesn't make someone a fucking bad parent. It's like my father had a cocaine addiction when I was a child, you know what I mean? it's when somebody has an unhealthy relationship with it where it becomes a problem. And I don't. And like, I've literally talked with countless therapists about my interest in it, and it's continuing to be validated by those types of people, by professionals. So yeah, it's time things change. So many people are more than ready. Thank you so much, HRU. How do you say your name? Or what can I call you? I also have Blue Sky. Yeah, it's a moderation type of deal. Yeah, and it's also like, more information is better than less information. And what I am doing here is gathering and sharing information. You know what I mean? That's a main thing. Like, they wrote in their statement, you know, that I talk about this stuff online. I hope they're watching, because a lot of these videos will clearly lay out to you the complexities and the nuances and the potential benefits and dangers of these things. But, you know, like, it's same with SSRIs. Not same, because I personally think psilocybin is a lot more beneficial for me. But SSRIs have downfalls. I could sit here and watch videos on SSRIs, which was what I was given as a child to help my depression. And, you know, same kind of thing. It's not like a clear-cut situation that they try and make it, you know. I'm actually part Norwegian, Pinky. I'm like an European mutt, but I talked with my grandmother, and I think she said my great-grandmother or my great-great-grandmother. They came in on a boat from Denmark. So, and I have a lot of like French heritage, Irish, I have some German. Fun fact, Minnesota is the place with the most Norwegian. Yeah, there's a lot of Norwegians in Minnesota. Minnesota's pretty diverse, actually, in a lot of parts, but I noticed quite a bit of Norwegians. I'm very happy mushrooms got approved for PTSD patients, at least in your state. That's awesome. Yeah, like, it's like a little different in each place. I think medically it can be great, but I personally advocate for decriminalization either first or along with medicalization, because we don't want the medical industry to have like all of the control over these things, in my opinion, to be able to like, you know, skyrocket the prices. Like, coming from somebody who was like on the precipice of becoming a psilocybin facilitator, I almost signed up and just did the thing, and that was going to be my career. But I was going to have to charge patients exorbitant amounts of money to have a session. And so I personally think that people should be able to, if they want to, just do these things with their friends and trust people more to have agency over their mental health in that way, but also provide the support systems for people who are like maybe trying to do psilocybin and don't really know which direction to go with it, you know, or had a challenging or bad experience and they need help resolving that, you know. But like, education, I think, is like one of the most important things about it. You're not gonna, like Tom was saying in his video, and I've been saying this forever, criminalizing nature in that way does not work. Like, why do you think our prison population rates are so high, our addiction rates are so high? Because people are pushed towards alcohol or synthetic substances, you know, that are easier to come by, because these naturally occurring, potentially really beneficial substances are demonized to such a high degree, which is just you know, like, it's a horrible thing for humanity, in my opinion. Because like, I just keep hearing these stories from so many people that I meet that reaffirm what I am saying. That's why I'm saying it, you know, so confidently, that this is throwing people in cages for psilocybin or banning their YouTube channel for talking about it is insane. Yeah.
The higher up said, well, we can't
Get off
do
my
that.
soapbox.
We could make it about the kingdom fungi, but we definitely don't want to encourage people to pick mushrooms, eat mushrooms, or really know anything about mushrooms, because if something happened, we'll be held liable. This is the terrible society that we live in, where apparently people think that if you make something that talks about a deadly thing and then someone eats the deadly thing, that you're responsible, instead of wow, didn't you do a good thing because you told people that something was deadly?
Exactly. Mushroom identification should be taught in elementary school, in my opinion.
If he doesn't eat it, it's not a big problem. There's a lot of deadly things in the forest. And my feel from a teacher is that if you talk about those things, it actually gets people who might not be interested in nature kind of interested. Because they're like, wow, there's some consequence that I got to think through.
That was one of the things that was that's kind of disappointing for me, like about like my parents' view on mushrooms is like when I was a child, they're like, oh, don't touch that, like mushrooms are poisonous, you can't, you know. And it's like I get that perspective, like you want to keep your kids safe, of course, that's like a loving thing to do. But to like give them more pieces of information where it's like, yeah, we're eating mushrooms in our pasta. Like, okay, like maybe they don't yet have the information about mycology, but like to take an interest in it or to like implement it in the schooling system, I think would be really rad, because mushrooms are incredibly interesting and there's so many really beneficial ones out there that it's a really big disservice to our physiology to just completely ignore them or to like dismiss them all as poisonous or dangerous or harmful, you know what I mean?
In fact, I wrote a book called
It just
Mother
displays
Nature
a
is
lack
Not
of
Trying to
understanding,
Kill
though,
You,
really.
But I easily could have called it Mother Nature is Trying to Kill You. Really, I talk about all the animals and plants that can kill you, but the emphasis was on they're not trying. Usually there's alternative motives. Although some animals, like crocodiles, are trying to kill you. That said, I want to show you a couple of graphs that I found interesting.
Hey man,
See,
tell
I've
that
always
to the
thought
guy who was
people
cuddling a
started
crocodile,
to
okay?
like mushrooms, even though everyone was telling me no one's going to love mushrooms when I had that channel. Here you can see a graph of people's interest in the search term mushroom over time. This is from Google Trends, and if I look here, you can see in 2004 when they started recording it, there was a slow upward trend and it just kept continuing, kind of plateaued around 2023, but it's just stayed very high. But at the same time, not every graph related to mushroom looks the same. So here, if you type in magic mushroom, you can see that the trend for magic mushroom was actually decreasing from 2004. Here we go, all the way down to 2016, 2017, 2018, which is about right in here. And I think then it started to tick up, and it will progress as the graph. But right around 2018 is when Michael Pollan put out his book, How to Change Your Mind, which talked about all of the interesting research from Johns Hopkins University and what the science is starting to tell us about the therapeutic benefits. And then it started to continue up, and here was a spike where Denver became the first city in the country to decriminalize magic mushrooms. This was a big deal. Obviously, there were a lot of news stories about it, and that's hence the spike. But then, look, it continued to increase, and it kept going, it kept going. I made a lot of videos in this region about different types of mushroom because I was like, you know what? I'm going to try this on Stone Age Man, and I'm going to see what will happen. I first made a video on Amanita muscaria, a couple of videos on that, millions of views. I made a video about hoof fungus, science of psilocybin, all of that was fascinating. Every video that I made would get between 250,000 and 1 million views within the first month or so. And so I started making lots of mushroom content for everyone. But here is what's kind of crazy. So right around here at 2023, things were getting very popular, and I'm just going to give you the giveaway. This is the peak of the mushroom boom. I finally found a way to make all of this sustainable for me. At that time, on YouTube, it had finally increased to about $6,000 a month, which for me and our small family, we could live off of that, and that was fantastic. I was very excited about that. And so I decided I was going to find the best story that I could at the time, which and spend a lot of time doing it. I found that there was this interesting thing that was happening with war veterans, and they were veterans who had PTSD from trauma in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they were actually using psychedelics for therapy. Now, this is where it gets interesting. I spent 2 months on
Hey,
that
yo, thank
video.
you for
I
the
went out in the field
follow.
with them.
Appreciate
I looked
you.
at what was happening, and it was mind-blowing, and I thought, wow, I really want to share this, and I actually think a lot of people will find this interesting.
Yay, more
And
mushroom
everyone
people
who
on Kick
saw it
following me.
did find it interesting, but here's the
Kick is
video,
usually mainly
and you can
bots for me
see
in the
that
chat,
the
so I
view
really
count
appreciate it.
is extremely
I also
low.
do YouTube, Twitch, all that.
12,000 views, and I don't exactly understand why that video only had that much, because the click-through rate was still very high, and the watch time was very high, like normal. But clearly something had changed in the algorithm because it wasn't being pushed to anyone. I understand that if you are YouTube, you have to censor some things, and you have to be very careful about what you censor. So, but I thought maybe there was a problem here, and so I actually contacted YouTube, and I went up several levels, and they said, nope, there was nothing that flagged it. In fact, we don't do shadow banning. None of that is true, because I was like, I think I'm getting shadow banned. So I made a video about how I was getting shadow banned. Needless to say, roll that clock forward a year, and then even till now, which is 2 years on, my income is 1/10 of what it was then. Essentially, everything I had been doing in the past, I had continued to do, and yet now I can barely make a living being a filmmaker that talks about really anything in the plant or fungi kingdom that is related to human health.
I know there's a lot of debate about this, but I feel like shadow banning is real. I don't know,
I
man.
recommend anyone use any of these compounds.
Some people are like,
I
just
often
post
talk
better
about things that are
content. Your
deadly,
content
but
sucks.
just so that
It's
people
like,
know about them. And it's really perplexing to me.
I don't know, man.
I want you to
like
see
Kick.
that
Yeah, they're improving Kick.
mushroom interest is
And
still
Twitch is having
increasing.
issues, so I
And
tend to just
interest in
multi-stream,
mushroom
you know.
coffee is increasing.
I'm not like
but if you
a
put in the search word psilocybin
platform
mushroom,
loyalist or
sharp
anything like
decline.
that,
We're at
because
less than 50%
there's pros and
of
cons to
users
every
before.
platform.
Magic mushrooms,
Unless
as
like
a
one of the
search term, is
platforms
decreasing, and
wants to like
medicinal
offer me
mushrooms
like
as
a
a
really
search term
sick
is
signing
decreasing.
bonus
So
for
really it's the things
exclusivity,
that are being
but
used
likelihood
as
of that
therapy
happening is
are
not high
decreasing.
right now. So
They're also the things that don't cost really anything. So I think you can see where I'm going here. Something is happening, and I'm getting suspicious.
almost
'Cause I don't
monetized
think
on
people's
YouTube though,
interest
which
is
that is
really
like an
decreasing,
uphill
although
climb.
This is search
Like as a new
terminology, and
content
I'm aware of
creator,
that.
there's a lot more
But I'm gonna
metrics
get
to get
why I
monetized on
think
YouTube
that
than there
the
is
case.
Twitch or
Now,
Kick.
you need to take all this into consideration with this. This is my demographic information from the last video, but it's almost exactly the same for the last 5 videos.
I'm interested
And
that like
this is blowing
why is
my
this
mind.
90%
I,
male?
again,
That's
make
interesting.
videos so that kids can watch it, and kids are interested.
Am I one of
in
the
it,
few
and,
females that
my
watches
kids
like
it,
mycology content?
But for some reason, 0% of viewers are coming from the 13 to 17 and 18 to 24 demographics.
Oh, they're probably
understand
like
that because I'm
not
in
wanting
the
kids to see the
45 to
content.
54 demographic, it makes sense that people in that range are kind
Thank
of the
you,
highest
appreciate it.
demographic. But 0%. I mean, the decimal places go out here, so it's not 0.1%, 0. What that tells me is that YouTube is throttling down and completely restricting the content for anyone under 25. Now, I do talk about some things that are not age appropriate. I mark them, I make sure that I say they're only for 18 plus. Very few videos. I think there's only been 2. One was on the opium poppy that I did recently, and I did not talk about anything that was dangerous in that. In fact, I did not even encourage people to try anything related to
I feel
that
like you
plant.
should learn
I just
about
talked
these things
the
as a
history
kid
and the
though.
fascinating
Like what
botany.
things are
I
poisonous.
got a content warning, a flag, from YouTube for that video, simply for putting out information about it, which is very common knowledge in any sphere. I don't understand what is happening.
Moderation
so clearly
systems
there
are
is
so
being
broken.
censorship from YouTube. There is an algorithm change, and so I thought, where is this coming from? One thought would be that it is the government. Now, obviously, there is one type of mushroom, which is a Schedule 1 drug, that would be psilocybin mushrooms. And so you have to be very careful how you talk about that, and you definitely don't want to encourage anybody to use it. It's dangerous. So maybe it's the government putting a crackdown on YouTube. This is very real.
Don't
option.
ever
So I
use
called my friend at
psilocybin.
the
Well, not
FDA,
ever. I mean, like, I can't.
who didn't want to be named. He's quite
You
high
know what
up
I mean?
there.
Like, do
I
your
said,
own
"Is there-
research.
Where's this pressure coming
You're
from?
in charge
to
of your own
knowledge?
body.
I mean, you know a lot about how all this works.
I have personally
And
found
he
it
said,
helpful,
"Look,
and
it's
that
not
shouldn't be like
coming from
a
the
bad
government.
thing to say.
Unless there's some other agency
No.
that he doesn't know about." He said, "It's not coming
So
from there."
taboo.
He
Like,
said,
why?
"I am pretty sure that it's coming.
I was on
from
so
Big
many
Pharma.
different pharmaceutical
So you have to
medications.
understand
I
this.
tried.
Big
I tried,
Pharma
dog.
can advertise
I tried.
directly to consumers in the United
I
States.
did my due
Also in New Zealand,
diligence.
it's the only two countries
My
in the
due
world,
diligence.
at
I
least as
did
far
it.
as I know about, where pharmaceuticals can be like advertised
I love you,
right
Pinky.
to us, not to the doctors. And that means that there's a huge financial interest
I need more
in
emotes.
Big
I
Pharma
need
in
to
the United States.
change up the emotes soon.
Now, here's where I need to kind of walk you through my theory as how this works. Because if you just look at the graph, then you might say,
Especially
oh,
my kick
well,
emotes.
it's just that
Those
people
are
are less interested
non-existent.
in magic mushrooms. But if pharma is putting pressure on YouTube to squash educators like myself so that we can't have a career anymore, or I didn't get my channel taken. Here's Flora Fungi podcast. Listen to what she had to say.
No, I love
It's
her.
really heartbreaking.
I didn't know
It's
she got banned. I was
hard.
wondering where she's been.
I think a lot of people would
I
agree
haven't
with
seen her
me.
videos on my feed.
It's not convincing to keep going and to keep fighting
Dragon Con sounds like fun.
for getting account
I met someone at
back
the casino
or
the other day that went to Dragon Con. It was
even
interesting.
continuing to make this podcast.
Or take my friends at Fungi Academy here, which I met at the Telluride Fungi Festival. They got their entire channel taken, and they make incredibly well-made educational
No,
content,
these people are so
mostly
professional.
about
Like they're like
growing
people I
different types of
strive to be
mushrooms.
like as a content creator about this
I
kind of
watched their
thing.
stuff.
That's
it was very careful
crazy,
not to cross
man.
the line, and yet
Like
their
I have so
entire
much
channel got
hesitation because I'm afraid of the
When
perception of
mushrooms are being
people
censored, you know,
for me covering
unfortunately,
this.
we get
This is
hit by that,
so.
and it's an
What's up?
incentive to connect more in the physical, right? Go to these events, actually meet the
God
people
damn it.
instead of all this.
Why,
online stuff.
man?
So here's the point. Even if you're interested in mushrooms, if it's not around
Yeah, I got
you
my-
in
I got
daily
my,
life,
Wizard
and
101
most
emote.
people are online
That's all
now
I got.
where they see content. So if these platforms like Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and any other social platform are now not even presenting these things to you in any shape or form, then you're not going to be reminded to, hey, search for some more information on that. So the search is going to go down. So you see where I'm saying? Like, you know, you compare that to trend for mushrooms. Yeah, people are still interested in mushrooms in general, but not in the things that may be competing with Big Pharma. And they're, look, I am
Bro,
not a
that's the
conspiracy
thing. You
theorist.
In
can't
fact,
sell.
I'm not anti-modern
Sorry, let me pause.
medicine in any
Hold
way
on.
other than I think the U.S. system.
You can't sell the cure. It's not a sustainable business model. You have to sell band-aids. If you give a cure, they're not gonna come back. Everybody, these pharmaceutical CEOs, I'm sure live in nice places. Their rent is expensive. They need a sustainable business model. And before I get banned, if my channel deactivates, I didn't do it, and I only have one strike. And it's for a song I played that I should not have played. I'm trying to get more of a music collection of creators that have copyright-free music, because a lot of the music I like just zaps my YouTube channel. So I have to be really careful about that as I'm trying to take this more seriously. But I'm just like, you guys know I stream. What are you doing, Aries? I like don't have a filter a lot of the time. I just kind of say what's on my mind. Yeah, I feel like I should create some extra channels, some extra safety nets, because this channel has already, like, thus far really just been where I just kind of say what's on my mind. But maybe having some other channels that are a little bit more polished and pristine and monetizable friendly, you know. But I still want that place where I can say my mind, of course. You know what I mean? I feel like everyone should be able to. Kick doesn't care, at least. Yeah, thank God. Bro, I went on Kick or Keep when that was still a thing. And literally, like, the first thing I fucking said on there was, like, you should do mushrooms. Oh, man, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that because YouTube's gonna ban me for it. But I said that because it was, like, a community of people that, like, it's kind of toxic. And something that helped me be less toxic of a person in general was mushrooms. Helped me build more empathy, so I don't know. I don't know though. Do whatever you're gonna do. Do your own research. Don't listen to me. I'm just a guy. But yeah. As someone that works in the music industry, let me just say I don't see why streamers can use music in their streams. You mean can't use music in their streams? It's only specific labels. So it will on Twitch and YouTube. I don't think Kick does this at the current moment, or other sites I stream on. But Twitch and YouTube will mute where there is a copyright, or well, okay, so Twitch will auto mute in the VOD where there is copyrighted music based off of whatever label owns that song. YouTube will give you a warning while you're streaming if you're playing copyrighted music. Also, if you play too much of it, they might give you a strike. And YouTube is 3 strikes, you're out. And yeah, it just depends on the label. Because like if I play my friend's music, sometimes it'll detect the music if it's not like you're not allowed to use it, and it'll just tell you what the song is. But it'll like tell you on your VOD like that it'll give like an error triangle, and you have to like remove the you can erase the song from the VOD essentially. But speak in Latin. Just talk about mushrooms in Latin. I spend like my whole streaming career learning Latin just to say things about mushrooms. Like hopefully like we have freedom of speech worldwide and decriminalize them at some point, I feel like, you know, regarding psilocybin. But yeah, I guess until then I could just learn Latin and I could just like talk about it in Latin. Unless, like, the AI banning thing is gonna detect Latin. Oh, man. Dun 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 dun. Should make mushroom keywords. Yeah, we could just, like, have, like, a key in the Discord where we replace certain words and we make up our own words, and then I, like, talk about it that way. Oh, man. Some point, but now I gotta learn Latin, yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
Needs a lot of work. I love doctors. Doctors are doing the best they can within the system. I'm not sure there's a concerted effort in any way, but there is a lot of interest from Big Pharma to try to push this down. I think it's incredibly sad. And I think if you're interested in mushrooms, you're gonna want to learn more about it.
And this is why, like, I have issues with capitalism. Yeah, I'm living under it. I'm existing under it. But I think that's why they're doing it. Or, like, at least capitalism's current state, right? Like, where rent is expensive and blah, blah, blah. And, like, people feel pressured to, like, continue to make exorbitant amounts of money to have nice things in life, you know? And, like, commodifying and monetizing mental health to such an insane degree. This just feels so, like, obvious to me, and I know that there's a lot of, like, diverse opinion around it, and there is medication that helps people, and I feel like people have the right to have that if it helps them. But as somebody who went to the psych ward last year for a couple days at $2,300 a day against my will, okay, because I was sick of the system, and the way my parents were treating me, like regarding my kid, like things with my ex, you know, past friends, like it all just kind of like a pressure cooker, you know, like I don't want to be here anymore because all that shit, it sucks. It sucks. And that's why you see me talking about it, like, no filter, because am I gonna hurt myself over it? Fuck no. I'm gonna talk about it if it, like, arises and feels important and feels relevant. Because, yeah, like, I think being forced into a situation where you're now in debt for $2,300 a day for a psych ward is sick. It is fucking sick. And you know what? the fucking doctor who finally got into work saw that I was in there and I didn't want to be in there and fucking, like, signed to get me out early, like, he had been in the profession for 30 years. 30 years in the psychology field. Many of those years working in the psych ward. Just, like, validated what I am saying right now so much. And it's, like, his job, so he's gonna keep doing it, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he said that there was a kid in the kids unit that got in there, you know, when they were, like, younger. Like, because I talked about how I was in the psych ward when I was, like, 13. That kid was around the same age. I have other people in my life with similar experiences, you know what I mean? And that kid was in there, and then their family would say, like, they can't leave until they get better. But then, like, what is better? And then there's all these factors that go into someone being mentally ill, like maybe, like, broken families, abuse in the family dynamic that sometimes people don't want to admit to, and then the scapegoat suffers. and then they're just told, oh no, you just have to get better. Like, that's an insane concept. Like, and then that psychologist that let me out told me that that kid ended up graduating high school in the psych ward. Some people don't deserve kids. Like, I don't know, hate towards anybody, but if you're going to have a child and stick them in a psych ward and blame them for their trauma and just heavily medicate them, oh my god, bro. That's sick, man. That's fucked. Ah. Yeah. But, like, people become doctors because they want to help people, and then when they're in the field and they, like, see that the just following the rules or, like, the system that is in place is traumatizing people, it's like, fuck. How can you not push for it to be better, you know what I mean? Or for, like, other alternatives like plant medicine. That's free. That's grows in the fucking dirt. You know, like, if you want someone to grow it for you, yeah, you're sure you could, like, you know, have some kind of exchange, whatever. Trade and barter, whatever. Gift. But, like, it grows in the fucking ground. When I would go with, like, a fucking ailment, like, my stomach was, like, killing me for a long time, and I got this, like, special medication, but, like, really, I think it was, like, stress from working constantly, like, as a waitress. It was just the worst stabbing stomach pain I've ever experienced constantly. And I went to the doctor and they're like, we think it's probably maybe anxiety. I was like, I don't think it's anxiety, like, it's something else. And then they found, like, this like extravagant pharmaceutical to take for my stomach. And then I go to the fucking doctor and I have insurance. And I go to the fucking, like, pharmacist to, like, fill the prescription. And it's a fucking couple $100. And it's like, I don't have that. I'll just suffer, you know? So when people, like, demonize the term plant medicine, it's just crazy to me, because don't you want medicine to be accessible, affordable, and everyone around you to be healthy? You know? That's like so important. That's so important in my opinion. Like, since I started, like, my streaming career, like, and taking it seriously, like, as this channel, I think it was like 9 years ago now, on this specific channel. I've been, like, wanting to be, like open an apothecary, be an herbalist, you know? Because I would see the ways that this system was fucked up, like, since I was a kid, you know what I mean? Like, my parents couldn't afford health insurance for me, so I'd have strep throat, and then they would just be, like, stressed out and anxious and kind of, like, taking it out on me for me being sick because they couldn't afford to get me care. You know? Fuck. Okay, I just, no filter, man. And that's okay sometimes, because I feel like these things are important to talk about because these systems are failing. And it's okay to imagine other alternatives, like maybe psilocybin could help people with depression if hundreds, thousands of people are saying it does. Maybe it's just for them, just like citalopram and Zoloft. You know, not everyone wants citalopram, not everyone wants Zoloft. Not everyone has to take psilocybin, right? But why demonize and ostracize somebody for saying, hey, I finally found the thing that helps with my depression. Like, fuck? It's not hurting anyone? Like, insane. Anyways. There's no permanent solution. Yeah. Man. I wanted to be a veterinarian for a while. And then, like, at first it was like, for me, it was like, I couldn't, I'm a little bit too queasy, I'm a little bit too sensitive, I don't think I could do, like, the hard part of that job. But then, like, as an adult, paying for my animals, like, vet things, and, like, seeing other veterinarians speak out about the vet industry, and, like, seeing friends and family just get fucked over by it, yeah, it's like, I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because, like, I don't think I could be that person that's like, sorry, I have everything in here that I need to save your dog's life, but you don't have 10 grand, so bye. You know? I couldn't be that guy. That's why low key, like, the only reason I want to, like, make money is so I can, like, start organizations that help people like me when I was, like, sitting in the fucking vet office with my dog being told, like, yeah, we can't save your dog's life because you don't have a fuck ton of money right at this moment, even though we could, but, like, we're not going to. Like, you need, like, a lot more money if you want to save your dog's life. So it's just, I would, like, if I worked there, I would be crying. I'd be like, come on, guys, like, let's fucking do it. Like, you know, this one's on the house, or, like, we'll create a payment plan or something, right? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that shit, man. And at least with, like, human medical things, it's like they send you a bill, but with vet things, it's like they're not gonna do anything for you if you don't pay now, which is fucked. Which is so fucked. Like, humans, like, they'll send you to the ER, like, you'll pretty much get your life saved, and then you'll get a bill for 20 grand later, you know? But, oof.
Know where to get info. I think my channel probably is going to have to change just a little bit, and that's okay. I'm still going to make a lot of the interesting content and talk about the interesting trips that I go on, which, by the way, if you don't know about the trips that I go on, which I do
respect
talk
the
about
vision.
in videos, it's probably because YouTube's
Thank
not
you.
feeding you
No,
that
this is
information.
something that,
I'm
like,
putting it
meant a
all.
lot to me that is still in the works. When Aesop passed away, my dog passed away last year. I don't want to cry right now. Face, body, Cassie, bot. Why are you crying? Of course I'm crying because I love my dog. When he passed last year, the way that it happened was like I described, you know what I mean? So it meant a lot to me to, with that pain of that loss, find out more information and work really hard to then be able to give back to people that are in a position like I'm in, where it's a completely, like, avoidable, savable thing, but they can't afford to, you know, because there's scratch pay, and that's, like, you know, based out of another country. I'm sure people make a lot of money off of scratch pay, but just something that just gives, you know. Fuck, that fucked me up. It fucked me up bad. There's something else I want to say, but I'm like, some things I can't say because it's like people cherry pick, and then they're like, oh, this person is a this, that, the other, because whatever. But when a certain thing happened after that, like months after that, in the world that was huge, like cataclysm, like a healthcare CEO, like Luigi Mangione, I'll just say it. When that happened, I think I felt that differently than some, like, I guess, liberals that are like, this is horrible, you know? And it's horrible. It's fucked up on all sides. You know what I mean? But it's not just like a good guy, bad guy thing, you know? Some people like to make it that way. But it's like a wake-up call to, like, this system is so broken that people will go and do this shit because of how broken it is. You know what I mean? And I'm not about to do anything like that, right? Like that happened, and that broke me, and that devastated me, but it's propelling me to, like, play this fucking game, right? Do my thing, create my art, make my money, and make sure I have enough money in the bank, like, to ever, if I ever need it again in an emergency, I've got like 100 grand, you know, in the bank for my loved ones. And also I have these other things that are giving back to people, like I was, you know, because in that position, it's like, my family demonizes what I do for work, and I was at the time living with them, and I was, like, trying to dial back doing this or doing other things that they don't like for work, and I was just trying to do Twitch, but it's hard to, like, you know, make 100% of your income just off, you know, Twitch, whatever, and also I had, like, not the greatest internet. Just a lot going on. But it's, like, I've kind of just decided, like, you know, I live in this society. If people are gonna shit on me for doing what I can, which is not harming people, to survive, it just doesn't make sense. It's not good faith. It's, I feel like, a trauma response on their part to, like, judge me for it and demonize me for it without understanding the context of what has led us to this position, you know what I mean? Yeah. Right. Like, there's something going wrong, guys. Like, it's not just, like, let's make an example of this person and put them away, like, for the rest of their life, or, like, give them the death penalty or some shit, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, this is wrong, but, like, what the fuck led to this, you know? Like, oh, man. Thanks for letting me cry and vent for a second, guys. This stuff, like, means a lot to me, and I think about it a lot, and I don't know always how to, like, articulate it in the best ways, so I appreciate streaming as, like, a good practice ground for me talking about these things. I talk about them, with my friends as well, but I think it's just important for, like, that energy to kind of spread, that it's, like, okay to talk about it. So, like, it's sad to see that, y'all finish watching this video, that, like, this censorship is happening. I think it's kind of connected in a way, you know what I mean?
Called social platforms, which means you probably have to subscribe to my newsletter. So if you go down to this link below, please subscribe to the newsletter.
Okay,
I'm asking
all right.
you,
We're
because
gonna
I know
watch.
you're not under 25. YouTube wouldn't even give this
Maybe
video
we'll listen to
you
music actually
if you
for a
were,
sec.
and you can put in your information.
I'll do some yoga and hold on. Hydrate, guys. Yoga, hydrate. Sniffles. Probably go rinse my face off real quick. Do a little bit more cleaning. We're gonna play Roblox later. I got our Roblox sponsorship, guys. Okay, this is too ambient. This is making me sleepy. Okay, Mew. I'm sorry, Mew. I love you, but not right now. Okay, this is better. This is better. It's so crazy how much music changes the energy. This is much better.
Bloodstained currency and countless bottles of pills. Hit the alleyway, grill everything in sight. Hit the bar, be polite. Ask her what she sees when she dreams at night. Me, I see beams of light and symbols in the sky. Petty pusher peddling product for MONEY. That's the big question. The rhythm sections like a second home for prodigal poets that use their heart as natural metronomes and set the tone with one tongue flick. My succubus is lovesick, trying to drag me down. I'm trying to uplift. The days
Roblox sponsorship, that's huge.
the past, say rappers want to back things are different.
Let's go.
Same cat slipping, cooking dope in Hell's Kitchen, stacked enough cash to cross state lines.
If you're in Twitch chat, you can do exclamation point Roblox in the chat. I think if you're in Kick chat, you have to scroll down to bio and you have to click the button. But you guys can just go to Twitch and click it in the bio. Locked in on poker right now, sending. You got this, Ryder. You got this. Good luck, my friend. I love you. I just had a good cry. Good vibes. Good luck, Ryder. Damn, what is this song? Oh, my brother. My brother, this is Deca. Deca, the one and only, okay? Check him out. Check him out. So, this one, what is this one? This one's Due Time. Oh my god, Deca is the GOAT, man. Let me tell you about my friend Deca. Okay, let me tell you about my friend Deca. He is a lyrical wizard, okay? My friend Deca is a lyrical wizard. He is the GOAT, okay? Vibes restored.
It's like that. No, it's like this. It's like this time around, I'ma get it right. Quit rapping, get a job, get a life, quit the job, keep rapping.
Okay, so I got him on vinyl up on top right there. I went to his concert up in Fort Collins, like recently, last month, September. Beautiful venue. Beautiful energy, beautiful people alongside him, Lily Fangs, Corey Simmons, some other amazing people I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but it was so good. It was so good. One of the best, I don't want to say if not the best, but like, because I saw Aesop Rock, I saw fucking Atmosphere, you know, one of the best shows I've ever seen as far as hip hop goes. Fucking up there. Top 3, I think, yeah. But I haven't seen like that many hip hop shows. But like the ones that I have seen, amazing. Oh, it was so good. It was so intimate. It was so sweet, man. Like his girl, like his wifey, she was front row, like, and he was like rapping like to her, and he was like talking about the like lyricism that like, and then he was doing a little bit of mixing too. And I was right next to him. I got good footage. I need to post it actually. I am bad about posting. It's gonna happen. I love you guys. Thank you for being patient with me. Some life things happened that kind of like, yeah, made that, it just made everything complicated. But I had an amazing time. And like the venue itself, it was like this kind of, I think it was called The Lyric, in Fort Collins. You can look it up. But it had these like flowers and just like beautiful setting, vendors. It was kind of rainy and cold, but I still had an amazing time, so it was worth it. There's this guy that had this like electric machine too, and I like hooked it up to the person I was with, and it was like whenever you would like touch them, like it would like vibrate, kind of. I know, right? Big concerts can stress me out a little. I almost stretching. Big concerts stress me out a little bit sometimes. Like big music festivals, like my first ever music festival was a huge one. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but then after experiencing like the intimate ones, like with my overstimulation and my soft sensitive heart, because like if I see an OD or something like that, like I need to help, and also it just like, I don't know, just like stresses me out about the state of the world, and I feel like I'm almost like wasting my time at a music festival, and I need to like be doing more to like advocate for drug safety and like decriminalization of naturally occurring safe things, you know what I mean? So like, but the like intimate festivals and things that I've gone to, like that type of shit doesn't really happen. Like people are like really looking out for each other, you know?
We all fall and rise. I try to lend an ear, but all I hear is false pride. So I've been on the outside looking.
Red Rocks is cool though. That's like a bigger concert venue. I like Red Rocks, but last time I went, someone like fell on my partner on his back, and like pretty much every time I've gone there, someone has had a really serious fall. And then also there was another guy in the hospital that had fallen at Red Rocks that same night, busted his face that same night. I was like, what the fuck? And then there was like another stressful situation that was happening at the fucking oh yeah, there's ODs at Red Rocks. Yeah, like there's like in the med room, like there was like another really stressful, confusing situation happened at the same time. My partner said they gave him fentanyl too for pain relief and he didn't want it. Oh man. And then I was like talking with the security guard outside the med room, and I was like, have you guys considered like extending the where the things at Red Rocks are, like where people stand, like extending that a little bit? Because every time I've been here, someone has fallen and gotten like hurt. You know, the first time I ever went there, like a girl like sprained her ankle like falling into another group of people. So I'm like, this is a reoccurring thing. I was like, I think I was like a little bit like high or whatever, and I was like talking to them, and I was like, honestly, like, who can I talk to so I can come like add padding to the place? Like, you could add like cushions or something, like break someone's fall, like, I don't know, because I'm always like thinking of like creative solutions like that when things happen like that. But it's a sick venue. So worth it. So worth it. If you've never seen it, fucking go. It's an amazing venue. But be cautious, because like I see people fall all the fucking time.
To the bone in under 60 seconds flat. Can you honestly say no? 10 a.m. in the morning, anxious. 10 p.m. in the same exact fog.
Bro, like what if we just like made this all like a bunch of beanbag chairs, like, you know, like really squishy and nice, but there's still like a dance floor. I don't know. Maybe I should just make my own venue someday.
I was wrong again. I fear I was right all along. That's why you gotta wait till the end. Credit scrolling, metadata uploaded, persona non grata, all in the eye of the beholder. Patrol to the game alone. Never sure.
Speaking of A$AP Rock,
the GPS just on for show. I know where the fuck we going, whether rolling fast or slow. Those birds come home to roost like homing. No one sent forth the raven before the garbage.
Tell me something good, kill the melodrama. I was in the poppy fields sipping belladonna, inhaling prana till the broken promise fell upon us. They don't sell records, they just sell.
That's an idea. Yeah, let's go. It'll be like what TwitchCon should have been, mixed with like music dance party vibes, mixed with like packs, and there's like a gaming setup everywhere, you know? Oh my god, the ideas I have, bro. I just gotta get on that mindset, grind set, and like stack that paper, you know? We can do it. We can do it. We got this. We got big ideas. We got big dreams. My friend asked me last night, what do you want out of life? And it's like, I don't want to be greedy, but like a lot, actually. Like I used to be really suicidal, and sometimes I can still be feel like that because of the way the world is, like, on a big scale, right? But, like, what do I want out of life? I want too much out of life to fucking quit, you know what I mean? And I think it's all completely possible. I really do. It's a pipe dream, but, you know, it's a pipe dream, but you know what fucking Mario does? He fucking runs around, pops in the pipe, goes down into a new fucking dimension, bro. Look at what Mario does. I could be like Mario. I could do that. Actually, one time speaking of Red Rocks, I cosplayed Luigi at Red Rocks. Like my second time going, with my friends. And they were Mario and Waluigi. I don't talk to either of them anymore, which is actually just a shame. It's just a darn shame. But like, we were on the big screen because they like show the audience on the screen. We're like, because like I was running late because I was hanging out with my other friend. Oh my god, it was such a sweet memory. I love that. I was hanging out with my other friend and I was like running as Luigi across Red Rocks to go see Ganja White Night for my birthday in May 2023. And I like find my friends and they're like waving me down, and then I like run to them, and then they catch us hugging on the big screen. It was really sweet. I wish I could find that clip. I don't know if someone ever saw it, but I think they posted the set. Maybe I could look through the set on the YouTube and see if they posted it there. It was so cute. We went to the thrift store to make our costumes like that day too. It was sick. Right. I miss cosplaying with people. I gotta go to cons more. I might not go to... I don't think I'll go to any more this year though. Maybe at like the end of the year, we'll see. It's just a busy time right now. I gotta pee, guys. I will be back. I'm so happy none of these songs are getting copyright detected on YouTube. A lot of my favorite underground hip hop artists don't copyright their stuff, which is cool. They're underground. They're not like with big labels. I don't think Rhymesayers any of their stuff is. I'll have to look into that. You've never been to an anime con? Aw, shit. They're fun. Some are probably better than others, but the ones that I've been to are pretty fun. I went to one in Denver earlier this year, and then I went to Anime NYC a couple times in New York, and then I went to South by Southwest Gaming Convention, which was really cool. And I think that's it. I think that's all I've done, con-wise. Well, I've done like some adult conventions, but that's like a different vibe. Yeah, you should definitely like go with her sometime or go with some friends. It's so fun. It's worth it. What cosplays do I have planned? Oh, I have a lot. I have a big list. Right now, I kind of want to focus on the ones that I have because there's a lot of stuff I want to film as them. And I post pictures of that on my socials, the ones that I've done. There's a lot of content that I have that I haven't posted as well. But yeah, I have a few planned. I have a Discord where I sometimes post the cosplay, like I post a picture of the character and I like as reference to like buy the stuff to recreate it. So one that I have that is sitting in storage right now that I hope didn't get damaged with the weather is Zelda. I haven't ever done Zelda. I did like a gender bent kind of Link, like Princess Link kind of thing at one point. But I haven't done Zelda. So
know it's over, so I talked even louder and we kept on joking. Cause this type of shit happens every day. We all go
People keep telling me to go to Dragon Con. I met someone the other day who went to Dragon Con, but it's kind of far out of the way. I do have a friend in Tennessee, so maybe it'll be worth it. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I haven't done her yet. I'm excited. I hope it fits right, because that's my issue with some cosplays, is they don't fit. Like, I got Arcane Jinx, and I was so excited, and it gets there and would not go over my fat ass. Story of my life, though. Like, cause like, I'm a medium everywhere else, but like, I'm not trying to flex, right? Like, look at me, I'm like in a fucking baggy t-shirt, and then, but my butt stopped me from joining the military. It is, I don't know, man, I don't know. Blame my genetics, blame my mama. Mama, why? Why'd you give me fat ass? None of my cosplays fit, and the military won't take me. Mama, why?
And I'm done with this shit, and I'm done wishing. I've had a devil in my mind, and I'm done listening. Fuck being hopeless, fuck this emotion. I'm done being stolen from every moment.
I like this song. Never heard it before. It's good. Big flexing. I shit you not. I was offered a $10,000 signing bonus to join the military to be a linguist. I go to the fucking testing place and I weigh slightly too much, but they're like, okay, if your measurements are good, you can still join. And my ass was too fat. And I go my happy ass home and I'm working out on my fucking exercise bike, watching Inuyasha, fucking enjoying life, fucking, I'm not gonna be fat anymore. I'm just working out. A couple of weeks later, my dad makes me homeless. So, missed opportunity or blessing in disguise? You tell me. I like this song.
So done giving it to these old addictions. I've had a devil in my mind, and I'm done listening. I've had a devil in my mind, and I'm done.
That's like that old Skrillex sound. You know what I mean? Like that. Anybody else get that? That sound, I like it. Good perspective though.
I see them peeking from my wounds, reaching to what I could use to keep me.
Hey man, everything happened how it was supposed to. It's all good. I love the people in my life. Wouldn't have met them probably without it. So, weird. Right, me either. It's like kind of like folk music almost. I know, right? I've had a devil in my mind, and I'm done listening. In my mind, and I'm done listening. In my mind, and I'm done listening. Devil in my mind, and I'm done listening. Had a devil in my mind, and I'm done listening. Tide Theory. This is a good playlist. Some of these I haven't heard. None of them have triggered the copyright thing either, which is cool. When I make music, it's not gonna be copyrighted. Like, y'all do whatever you want with it. Credit would be nice, but, you know. So many bots on Kick. There are so many bots on Kick. Why does Kick have so many bots? Why? Bro, if you're coming in here trying to tell me you're gonna help me get big on Kick, you better have, like, followers on Kick. You know what I mean? Like, don't waste my time. I haven't smelled sage in a minute. I haven't either, actually. This is, Palo Santo. I like both, though. Had a devil in my mind and I'm done listening. Okay. Well, but
I'm trying to share with you a certain style of life and an attitude to life and an insight. There is going to be a dance this evening.
Palo Santo is a type of wood, and when you burn it, it has a very nice, relaxing, grounding smell. Different than other types of wood. And, what else was I gonna say? Oh, sometimes, like with coffee and other things, like you hear about Nestle having issues, whatever, but sometimes it's not always, like, ethically harvested. So if at all possible, try and find out more about the manufacturer, like where it's coming from when you're buying it. You know what I mean? Because I heard some criticism of people burning it because of that. Like, there would be unethical practices of harvesting, and yeah, there's like issues in some places with deforestation. So just, yeah, you know, be respectful of the tree spirit, you know. Yeah. Same with sage, I hear too, but sage you can like find in the wild. Palo Santo, what region is it from? Let me look it up. They're native to South and Central America, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Guatemala, and Venezuela. Oh, it says it's harvested from naturally fallen trees or branches that have been left on the ground to age for several years after the tree's natural death, which allows the oils to mature. Ooh, okay, so the good Palo Santo, anyways, is ethical. Like, I'm sure there are some people who probably kill the trees before it's their time, but at least the Google AI is saying that harvesting is, yeah, just after the tree dies or when the branches fall. How do you spell that? Palo Santo. So let me type it. Of course. Let me know how it smells after you get some. friend of mine got me into it, and like I see a lot of people using it in festivals, spiritual communities. Smells really good. I think it's really good for anxiety, for sure. Would this be considered plant medicine? You know what I mean? It's like a smell. I feel like even like the smell of lavender or like topical lavender could be plant medicine. I love me some lavender. I just want to really define what is plant medicine, because that's currently something being used against me, is in my interest in plant medicine. So what is plant medicine? And I think, yeah, this is included in plant medicine. I don't think it's only exclusive to ingesting. I think plant medicine is topical, aromatic. Even if it's placebo, yeah. And that's the thing about your brain and your consciousness. You can like kind of program your brain to like, even like, listen to the song right now, Decca. This is Caught in the Fray. I have programmed my brain, and as has Decca, has programmed my brain to be in a good mood when I hear this song. So not only am I into plant medicine, I am also into music medicine, visual medicine, like art. I think they're great.
I've been banging on pots and pans, name the soldier, no olive branch. Peace will come, peace will come. It was all peace when this thing begun. No Roman legions or bones in need, and no soldiers beefing for no good reason. Blind progress, the impulse to become the god that they don't believe in. Overreaching's an understatement when you watch all the vultures feeding. Who can say where the road to lead? That's not how it's supposed to be. No siree, better slow your speed. One too many lost that were close to me, not now burning holes in the post to read.
Bro, I went to Electric Forest in, I think it was 2019. And there was an apothecary there. It made me so happy. And I had like a back pain, and I went in there, and this lovely woman with like a old, like, remain calm till the break of dawn. If I could wave a wand, I wouldn't trade the here and right now to head back to the great beyond. I'ma keep cooking with the apron on, mix this with a touch of that. One spoke on the hubcap and the wheel of life, one stabbed in the back. Like ye old days, like apothecary, British kind of accent. And there was like a wall of like jars of different things, and she like pulls out, I think it was just mint oil, and she gives me like a quick like deep tissue massage right where it hurt. Like, instant cure, I swear. I swear. Gone. Beautiful. Healed. Oh, I'm about to start Apothecary Dies. Do you want to watch it with us? In Discord? Yes, but to preface, Apothecary Diaries sets time in a different time period. So there are some parts of it, because I've seen parts of it, where I'm like, that's controversial. Like, not now. Yeah, at some point. I would love to. I still have to pee though. I should probably go do that. Let me finish this cold tea. It's not hot anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. History is controversial, man. It really is.
The pigs of the power structure are owing it to the people. Get you a boot off my neck, I'm gonna try to snatch your head off.
Ooh. I didn't take the tea bag out, so like the last sip was like really potent. It's just It's like a peach green tea. That's what I'm drinking. I'm not sure if I like it too much, honestly. It's okay. It has like some black tea in it. I prefer to drink either green tea or black tea, but meh. Okay. I will be right back. In the pandemic land, a branded image. Show me where the answer is hidden. A cancer is living in the minds of men. We got wolves in the humanity is controversial. Existence is controversial. Consciousness is controversial. Everything is controversy, man. Green tea, even black tea is rough for me. The taste, yeah. The other tea I was drinking was like chamomile lavender, and that one was really nice. Money. Sharpen swords. I'll be right back. Call the knives. Terror. Call the chores. Broke away from the day-to-day to take a walk in the citadel. In the crown of the human shell, then the living hell, where the inner house come running at the sound of the dinner bell. The world outside reflects every inner complex and effect below that we project from the depths of a restless soul as oppression grows for the collective whole. I've been in the heaven on earth in the soft light of a new dawn. I've been in the realm of the sun and darkness, chained to my self-hate when I couldn't move on. We oscillate between opposites, locked in the grips of a hidden hand, drawing lines in the sand, trying to make a stand till the lion lays with the lamb in the confines of a wasteland. When it's 8 below, when you stroll down a vacant road with no place to go, it takes a toll. Take it slow, try to break the mold to find space to grow, to build in the midst of the chaos here, in the belly of the beast where they prey on fear, with police on the centipede creeping the street that'll reach for their peace and bang. Far as the eye can see, there's eyes in the sky that are eyeing me. Bones with the world in a stranglehold, that want control. Their mantra goes, money, sharpen swords, abuse, guard the doors, call the knives, terror, call the chores. Far as the eye can see, there's eyes in the sky that are eyeing me. Bones with the world in a stranglehold, that want control. Their mantra goes, money, sharpen swords, abuse, guard the doors, fire, bullets, call the knives, terror, call the chores.
If a man has a good hold on life, the hold gets more assured and secure as he goes on.
That's right. Then things should become easy for him. During that period when I analyzed my dreams and began to get a glimpse of the pattern of my life, I saw the errors I had made and assumed full responsibility for everything.
In the false light of blind progress, the future looks bright. Take a second, let your eyes readjust. Years fly by like days, feel the rush. We consume the earth while the earth consumes us. Quick, fill the void, build, destroy. It started with the word, kill the noise. I'm trying to find a cure for the darkness I've observed, where a spark of life emerged from an archetypal urge. And harmonizing birds sang the praise of a new day. You gotta break a few eggs to make a souffle. The few that know the way through the maze aim to loosen the chains and lay the groundwork for a future age. See the soothsayer full gaze as a toothpaste, sipping Kool-Aid made by the prison guards. See the dreamer on a fool's crusade in a strange land trying to bend back prison bars. The vision rose when the well was full, driven to excel and grow, freed from a cell that was self-imposed. Placed a seed in the velvet rose, waited 9 months and watched the brainchild emerge from its hellish woes. I got a palace that my muse holds down, that's fit for a king with the fool's gold crown. Nestled in the shadow of a basilisk with 7 heads, where mass confusion's on the rise like leavened bread. From this vantage I can see a man in need, on his hands and knees, pleading with the tyrant that he can't appease. A serpent's coil round the roots of our family tree, and birds of paradise are perched on the canopy. Grant us amnesty to seed the dry earth and turn the wasteland into the Eden where we thrive first. All the signs say the end days are coming. Tears flood the valley, peeling back the layers of this onion.
Midnight means the destruction of the social order. The darkest hour separating today from tomorrow.
separating light rays from the hemlock and deadly nightshade. Find your way home before the light fades. Through life's maze like caged mice, with men that fell from grace and great heights and ate the fateful apple at a ripe age. A sight to behold, a construct to follow blind, while vultures circle us with eyes like dollar signs. Seek solace, find hearts that pump liquid collagen prime to scrawl away their souls on the dotted line. I need release from the chaos, the payoffs, the backroom deals, the global chessboard, the stray shots that tear through flesh when empires face off and despots reduce men to biometric stage props. A smile that could heal the sickness of the world lights the living room like forgotten visions of a girl dancing in the rain, telling me the story of creation. Alpha to Omega, Genesis to Revelation.
Something just opens. Something just opens. There is a kind of flash. The air around you is liquid, and you can feel the liquid, and you can feel the liquid being pulled into your lungs, being pulled into your lungs. And everyone in the world heard their name, and everyone in the world heard their name, heard their name.
One,
2, 3,
4. I could spot the Iblis, talking business with big fish. Symptoms of the world's sickness that preach hate and survival of the fittest. We cast long shadows and pearls before piglets. I was in the woods waiting for the rain to pass when it came to me with the flash of a brain synapse. You don't have to break your back for table scraps or take the task every snake you pass on the sacred path. We're just babies, dig the planets, the architecture, the firmament projected on the stretched canvas. The phantoms in your head vanish, disappear, and for a split second you could see it all crystal clear. I'm a hungry ghost, you're a hungry ghost too. A slave to an impulse that controls you. Raised by thieves, outlaws, and rogues through the Kali Yuga age where a solitary rose grew. It's all symptomatic. Climb up the staircase, crawl in the attic. Translate the writing on the walls and the ground. We all rise up when the sky falls down. Give me light, give me rain. Nightmares, wayward past, iron chains. Revelation, give me something to believe in. And flowers for my queen while the earth is still breathing. I could spot a loud mouth, a fraud with an inner sanctum like an outhouse. He thought that he was God like Father God. Fell from his Babel tower and lay shattered on the ground in the magic hour. I could spot the opposite, the smug new atheist that stripped the universe of its sacredness and built a home in his self-satisfied void where he plays host to scarlet fever and typhoid. I've seen things that defy reason. All your wastelands are my Edens. Flowers grow from the corpses of dead magi that fertilize a new earth, and our tears feed the seeds in the dry season. I was raised by violent ocean waves and learned to turn a phrase in the kaleidoscope of ways. Behind the whole charade, through the madness and decay, half crazed watching matinees shackled in the cave. It's all symptomatic. Climb up the staircase, crawl in the attic. Translate the writing on the walls and the ground. We all rise up when the sky falls down. Give me light, give me rain. Nightmares, wayward past, iron chains. Revelation, give me something to believe in. And flowers for my queen while the earth is still breathing.
Contemplate until you come so close to the object of your contemplation that you become almost one.
One.
You become one.
One.
Now listen carefully. Let me speak plainly to you.
Yup, that's all that they believe in. Above ground, every day's a holiday or weekend. Lot of shape shifting in this father nature reason. Call up Snake Plissken to escape on Major Deegan. The time is right now, the child was nice back then. The pen's light years ahead, the brow is Cro-Magnon. The near future's military tech and vast sea change. Computers could play chess, but not the glass bead game. Meditate on that a sec while they stack the deck. Hellhounds at your heels, vampires at your neck. Busy sharpening the stakes while bats in the attic rest. The lasting effects, a nationwide acid test. And Father Rome, where the father roam, I dropped breadcrumbs and left a trail like Hail Bop to follow home. A class all my own, snapped like a collarbone. A syntax and mass impact could crack solid stone. Exaggerated claim, aggravated slang, pulled it back and aim at a vulture's overactive brain. Your average masqueraders out for accolades and fame, and that's the nature of this oversaturated game. Listen, yeah, that's all that they believe in. Lot of shape-shifting in this father nature reason. Call up Snake Plissken to escape on Major Deegan. All the weights lifted when the paper made his inking. What about it? They paid lip service but no attention when it counted, and played the quiet game when their bank account was threatened, and started throwing rocks and empty bottles at their brethren. One said the bard had vision to part the ocean, another that he doubts my commitment to sparkle motion. But Sun's Ra, join the orchestra when the flood comes. The two-sided story's an illusion, there's just one holistic whole. High above the pyramid and poles, that's made of four-sided bricks of gold. My ship arrived, I shook hands and climbed aboard it. Tried my luck, took the pay cut, signed divorce slips. Cake off the music, don't make music for cake. And shake opportunists that take food off your plate, that's the basic gist. Tell them save the old bait and switch that made them rich, stacks to burn like a Salem witch. Trial and tribulation hit, 808 or kick, take your pick. Different scene or setting, same basic script. A rogue state stripping life of its sacredness, and two opposing sides going at it like beta fish. Blood and strife, talk is dirt cheap, up the price. Everybody's Bobby Sands till the hunger strikes. Some look the other way, the gun was still smoking. Some like to point fingers more than fixing what was broken. Yup, that's all that they believe in. Lot of shape-shifting in this father nature reason. Above ground, every day's a holiday or weekend. All the weights lifted when the paper made his inking. It's still coming, and not the AstroTurf version. Let's build something that's far-reaching, beyond the battlefields falling, and shadows downcast on the world. I'm still all in.
Let me give it to you straight. I am going to start a revolution.
Oh, brother.
Listen, listen, listen! It was a great day. Everything was going fine. For a while.
Waiting for the tide to break. Stakes are high as Empire State behind iron gates. Wide awake, plotting my escape. I got a modest client base from the war spot, so I don't have to shovel coal while the overlords watch. An honest day's work for the sharp short shot whose weaponized words could turn swine to pork chops. We shape flying minds in trying times, half gods by design, asking why the blind sore spot. Consulted analysts, subway evangelists, holy men, shamans, prophets, and old manuscripts. Read by the soft light of citronella candlesticks to keep the bloodsuckers at bay. Put them all on display. Free myself from the beast's rib cage. Mouth like an automatic, tongue like a switchblade. I paid my dues. I lopped off the serpent's head. The checks in the mail like old Jack Burton said. Through it all you maintain. Play the game. State your aim. Embrace change. Create a lane. Stake your claim. Disconnect from the mainframe. Bite the hand that feeds falsehood and break chains. Wrestle with your soul. Separate from the whole. The more you try to mask it, the less you're in control. I've lived half my life by the pleasure principle, and shot the poison to relieve the pressure in my skull. I saw a man walk the streets with them bleeding. Every drop spilled fed the earth and gave it meaning. Eden blossomed in the barren landscape. The priest class sealed it off with mandates and secret handshakes. Now we brave a new world, a wilderness of mirrors, of lies and half-truths that instill a sense of fear. A telescreen wasteland, overwrought with lies, soda pop, social activists that pose for the photo op. Look at all the zombie youth falling prey, starving for attention. I can see their ribs from a mile away. High praise from the tastemakers, ape each other's styles, ride every wave and pander to your base nature. I fight a war inside, box with the Lord of Flies, live what you glorify, saw through distorted eyes. Reported live from a fortified prison where you're taught to trust cold dead logic over vision. Through it all you maintain, play the game, state your aim, embrace change, create a lane. Stake your claim, disconnect from the mainframe. Bite the hand that feeds falsehood and break chains. Wrestle with your soul, separate from the whole. The more you try to mask it, the less you're in control. I've lived half my life by the pleasure principle, and shot the poison to relieve the pressure in my skull.
Words are heralding great warnings, hipping many cats to where it's at. To where it's at.
Out there in darkness, stuck in the middle passage of time, watch them reap the stuff from the rotten seeds they've sown.
After a glimpse at the timeless universe comes the stark reality of today.
Particularly in nasty wars on the other side of the world.
We're going to apply the shock, and we'll see the shock indicator on this flash of light on the bottom.
People are very silly if they believe everything that newspapers tell them.
What are the implications for a society that uses punishment and deprivation to control behavior?
Nothing new, same old hustle and subterfuge. Suffer through shockwaves we grown accustomed to. Up the views, more skewed coverage and buzzer food. Trouble brews and punish fish in the blood that pools. Nationwide, they're harmonizing like the Four Tops. Warhawks in Park Place and Boardwalk, crying out for scorched earth. It's like we've been here before, charting each seismic shift with the pen near the floor. Our free and fair press, every step beating bare chest. Which three-letter agencies taking air checks? Safe and sound somewhere lost in the crowd, but rays of light don't shine through white phosphorus clouds. Fan divide the flames, ready the troops, fuel the furnace with half-truths and outright lies akin to urban myths. If it bleeds, it leads, remove the tourniquet. Fever pitch, perfect fit for a circus. It's the age-old hustle, the nature of the beast. To say let's split the cake, then take another piece, and another, and another, and another. No solace in the eye for eyeball they're calling for. You know the mantra well, colonized, call it yours.
No inclination to stop fighting right now. I think we've only just begun.
Peak distortion, reach to each his portion of devil's pie. Explore the depths and depressurize. It's all there in plain sight, clear as daylight. Birds of prey on the world stage, playing brave nights. Inadequate words for live, loss, and anguish, but they're cut from the same cloth they wash your brain with. Strange and lopsided nature never caught your eye. Crying out but not for lives lost across divides. Tax dollars not for butter but guns. It's not a tooth for a tooth, it's 5 dozen for one. It's brute force living under the thumb. Stripped of pretense, reduce the city blocks to ash and self-defense. Learn to love the bomb, act like nothing's wrong. Dust till dawn, snatching crumbs from your brother's palms. If it detonates when all faith and trust is gone, you won't have to turn the oven on to make duck l'orange. The age-old hustle, the nature of the beast. To say let's split the cake, then take another piece, and another, and another, and another. No solace in the eye for eyeball they're calling for. You know the mantra well, colonized, call it yours.
Having a philosophy of violence.
Peace, 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 peace.
America. A truly inhospitable, eerie environment. A beacon of bigotry to those who stare at her two-faced hypocrisy. The land of products and money in circulation. Designed for the very wealthy. Why do we have plenty of them?
No such thing as happenstance, just massive scams and master plans to stockpile stacks wrapped in elastic bands and keep the furnace flames fueled with the fat of lambs. The stage is set so you can stomp feet and clap your hands in defiance of our overseers' aims and the parasites trying to find a host to sink their fangs where the underhanded flourish and lotus eaters reign. The music It's like cooling for the overheated brain. You can count it's yin and yang here. Something Kane and Jin exploiting globally for gain till the rain clears. The air's getting thin. Where was I again? On the strange transcendental plane carried by the wind, where the mortal hand painted lines on Bengal tiger skin, or made the flowers grow while death played the violin. My old stomping grounds aren't the same environment, except for in the mental landscape of places where I've been, back and forth through space and time, playing pass the torch to arrive back at the source and take the dive again. Make the rounds, see the sights, seeking light, not that false Edison, rebel angel variety. On stable ground, sleeping through the night while pigs smoking space dust, ushering their future for society. Long before the global python stranglehold, I saw the writing on the walls like an ancient code. Manufactured worldviews to replace the old, and new generations applying minds to shape and mold. Trying time, same old tools and tricks, trying to find a space beyond state control to exist. I pledge no allegiance to the leeches and the ticks, or to their lord's legions in the season of the witch. Furthermore, I'm trying to fry the circuit board of Skynet like David's slingshot versus Goliath's flex bicep. A dreamer in the planet's discordant dream, but what are sticks and stones to a war machine?
Whenever you ascribe conscious intent and pursuit of self-interest at the top, money in circulation, you will hear someone say, well, what are you, a conspiracy theorist? You can say farmers or auto workers are organizing, but if you say the people who own most of America organize to get what they want, you hear people saying, these are all a matter of public record. Operation Phoenix. Tuskegee, Red Ham. Total information. Awareness. Program. Iran-Contra. America. COINTELPRO. John Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X.
Yes, America. Something is very wrong.
Covert action, clandestine operations.
Keeping you doing things so you won't have time to think. Program suckers with brains that have controls on them.
Now take a little breath, let it out and relax.
I'm relaxed now.
As a youth, back when Bishop had the glass of juice, fresh squeezed from forbidden fruit trees and mass produced, I thought the walls were disaster proof. In the flash, cast out the orchard where the green grass and apples grew, and sat shell shocked, pulling weeds at the roots, grasping for the truth as time passed like molasses moves. In a strange land, trying to map its attributes, live fast, brace for impact, knock a gasket loose. Fast forward past the crabapple garden to 2020 hindsight where cast shadows sharpen, and history's embellished on scrolls and stone tablets, a warehouse of skeleton skulls and old baggage. I heard the prison guards state their goals to break the individual spirit, commandeer it and take control. Paid in full, cash and Langley checks playing roles. They traded souls for commas when promised their weight in gold. Squeeze the juice out, extract the libations, strange vibrations, patterns and striations. Arrayed in purple and scarred as she raised the glass up. I poured it down the hatch, then threw it back up. To better days, to less decay, to find out what you're after in the present age. Perching reptiles lurking in the Everglades, beneath the stars and the satellite's electric gaze. Through hell's wrath and heaven's praise, inching towards the end of days, working out the kinks, putting pen to page. I see a subtle string puller standing center stage, the same pale hand that placed the songbird in the cage, that forged chains where distraction and disorder reigned, and transmute what's coursing through your veins into corporate gains. Provocateurs in every lane to warp the brain, to defang and take the reins, any force for change. Things morph and shift, fortunate to exist to watch their metamorphosis in past, present, future shifts. Lies promulgate but truth persists, shooting from the hip as lunatics line the pockets of the super rich. Babylon's cup runneth over, she can't feast the hungry vultures, and heads of state with their guns unholstered, sending troops in formation into battle, and sipping witches' brew from harvested crab apples. Squeeze the juice out, extract the libations, strange vibrations, patterns and striations. Arrayed in purple and scarred as she raised the glass up. I poured it down the hatch, then threw it back up. To better days, to less decay, Ancient reptiles lurking in the Everglades, beneath the stars and the satellite's electric gaze.
I'm hungry.
Yes, I'm hungry too. Here's an apple.
Which will give you the greatest satisfaction.
Here.
No, it's all right. I've got my machine. This is my food.
I would've followed you to hell and back. In my mind, I never asked you for anything back. I came at you with love, just looking for mercy. It was never your fault. The world made me unworthy. I showered you in admiration. Was fascinated, not exaggerating at all. My God, you're that amazing. Decades later, I peel back the layers. Actually traded in loyalty for your validation. You never asked to be a father to this grown-ass son. Can't fault you for the fact you never acted like one. I demanded the one thing impossible to give. If it's real, it's gotta come from within. If it's unhealthy, I know that that's at least half me. But I might just need to leave that be. Sometimes it needs to be that growth and adjustment. The hearts are never closed, they're just under construction. But what then? Human beings are mysterious things. It's a body with a spirit that wiggle the strings. The truth doesn't always appear as it seems. And a lot of times hearing it stings. Human beings are mysterious things. A lot of stress with the lesson experience brings. The truth doesn't always appear as it seems. And a lot of times hearing it stings. When you say to me, I don't want to lead you, I want to be equals, I'm trying to believe you. If we truly are peers, I need it to appear and be clear in our equity, respecting our ideas. What I want to know, as far as partnership go, if you're really down the road, if you're not in control, do you speak to me in ways you would never be spoken to? Control me in ways you would never be open to? Maybe I can grow, but I'll never be grown to you. Now that I know that, what the hell am I supposed to do? It's so true, I couldn't have become me without you. I also couldn't become the next me around you. Think I might be doing better than ever before. I don't even argue with you in my head anymore. I let you win them all, for the record, never settle the score. That's just not an argument that I have energy for anymore. Human beings are mysterious things. It's a body with the spirit that wiggle the strings. The truth doesn't always appear as it seems, and a lot of times hearing it stings. Human beings are mysterious things. Lot of stress with the lesson experience brings. The truth doesn't always appear as it seems, and a lot of times hearing it stings. Our first relationship is with the Supreme Being. Whatever language it is you use for the source of meaning. All the pain and the anger and questions, I hope they graduate to gratitude and acceptance. The second is the bond that we build with our own selves. Lifetime of trauma, memories, and our folk tales. Hope you feel at home in the hole where your soul dwells. From your receding hairline to your toenails, we mix it with our mamas and our first romances. Our childhood circumstances and our chances. You glance at the surface, below it there's a universal load that you carry to the banquet before the first hello. There's a universe going on inside us all. It's always trying to unite and divide us all. That's a factory setting, it's just by default. Just trying to reflect a little light is all. Yes, y'all, human beings are mysterious things. It's a body with the spirit that wiggle the strings. The truth doesn't always appear as it seems, and a lot of times hearing it stings. Yeah, that I mean, human beings are mysterious things.